invite Director Wong to present our executive director report. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So are you, Simon, are you going to walk us through? Is that
Yes.
So thank you so much. I know that we have about 30 minutes for this report, but it may be a little bit shorter. So I will start with just a thank you. Next slide, please. A couple of things. We'll go over executive office updates, personnel, public relations, and media updates, as well as just really super high level program innovation evaluation division updates that will include an update on the implementation of the small population counting obligation, the conversation we've been having about the resiliency initiative. It'll be a little bit different because I'm going to invite 3 people to insert themselves in my executive direct report. So again, let's flow, we will go with the flow. So next slide, please. So really, since January, I've just been so amazed at the practice of collaboration, community advocacy, just engagement with our state partners, this First 5 Association, first kicking off right after our January meeting at the San Diego Association's annual meeting. Right, really, thank you so much for having me and Deputy Director Des Cruz join. Really just grateful to have had that conversation with former Secretary of Health and Human Services, Becerra, and a number of different things. I will not go into it deeply today. There's just a lot of details of what we've been involved in, including as close as up to yesterday when we were in Placer County with First 5 pastor talking about the importance of making sure that Medicaid was not cut and the impacts on our babies, children, families, elders, our children in foster care, our children with disabilities. So really just have appreciated that deep partnership and collaboration with not only our state partners, our staff. We had a really great kind of day with the Kings and Slamson's birthday. You see there Commissioner Fabi invited by Yokadihi to celebrate Solano and the collaboration there. Just really just between the end of January to today, we're just full throttle running engagement. We cannot do this without our partners on the ground, and you won't. So thank you for that. Next slide, please. Personnel updates. We're so excited for these personnel updates. So next, I really am, because we have a special guest today, and so I will invite them to share a few words. No pressure, I did not ask that. But first, we want to honor our own Dasha, who is part of our fiscal services office, received a promotion to becoming our senior accounting officer. She's been with us for years and has been such a critical part of the infrastructure and development of our fiscal services office. And so we are small, both CPO and at fiscal, really definitely a small team of 3 that runs the entire fiscal kind of backbone, if you will, for our agency. And so this is so well deserved, and we're so proud of her and so grateful for her service to us. So yay, Dasha. If you're watching, Dasha, which I'm assuming you are. So, and also, we're also just so excited to bring Arminda Singh, who joins us to the Contracts Procurement Office. Yes, another small but mighty team that processes hundreds and sometimes thousands of contracts, if you will, for us. And he hails from the Bay Area. Yes, Oakland, Bay Area. Has his BS in information systems for SF State. And again, I will not read this. You have this in your deck and actually in your item report. So just really grateful. And he is filling in a position that was opened by one of our really beloved staff, Joan, who had retired in December. So really, again, welcome Arminder. Yay! I look like a cheerleader today for some reason. We're gonna forget. And lastly, he's not yet with us. We want to invite actually Anthony Payne, who has accepted, we still have some time to say no after this commission meeting, so behave y'all, just joking. To the executive office as our chief counsel. So Anthony Payne has just decades of experience with commissions, boards, and is a trustee at his child's school And just really welcome when I first met Anthony, and thank you to Commissioner Paz, who helped us in this process. Really connected, and we're really just grateful. So I'm gonna open up the floor to you, Anthony. If there are any words that you want to share with the commission. No pressure though.
That's fine. No, that's fine.
Um,
Thank you. Thank you, Director Wong. Thank you to everybody here. It's good to be here. I'm looking forward to working with all of you. As Director Wong said, I come from a history of boards and commissions, but I'm especially looking forward to this one. So I'm a father of 3, and the youngest is 6. She's 6. So 0 to 5 is a pretty significant time frame for all of them. And as I mentioned, even in my interviews, I think that even my 13-year-old, what it was like early on, especially my first one, we didn't know very much. Certainly knew more after the second and third. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how I can contribute to all of you in the commission here. So I start the 28th, I think. Correct, not far away. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you so much for being here. I know you're taking some time away from other job to be here. On the record, he's on a break while he's here. So again, pending positions, we have 3 pending positions, so we're almost fully staffed. It's been a long time coming. Thank you to our HR team, who's just been fabulous and kind of cranking that out. And next slide, please. I think the next is a public relations and media update. I wanted to actually just, again, you have it in your report. However, we continue to focus on ACEs and toxic stress response as, directed by the commission. I think that what you have on what we have on the commission agenda is a ratification and contracts. And I was advised to actually share with you a little bit about what that ratification is about. So next slide, please. And so as many know, that the goal of the campaign contract is about behavior change, right? And to continue the conversation with our parent and caregiver audience to expand on the Stronger Stars campaign, which is really deeply rooted in adverse childhood experiences, toxic stress. How do you educate folks on that? With the first round being about rounds of positive evaluation, really we had tremendous success in our last campaign for this. Really, this is aligned to the adopted North Star, that we believe that safe, stable, nurturing relationships and environments are critical to the healthy development of young children. And that actually our goal and our hope, our nation's goal, is that in a generation that all children ages 0 to 5 will have those safe, stable, nurturing relationships and environments. And we cannot do this without parents and having them understand what adverse childhood experiences are. How do you actually incorporate diversity, equity, inclusion in those messages? And it's just a really complicated message, right? With that said, the contracted award amount was approximately $47 million. Next slide, please. And just to review, in October, the commission had approved up to $57 million to establish a multi-media contract. This contract is actually 17% less than the approved budget, right? And again, our locals understand this. We have declining revenue. And so we are likely, we're being extremely conservative in what this is. And so just wanted to kind of be really transparent about that. It may seem like a big number, but it is a 17% reduction in what we had found and been approved. And which is, as some of you know, that's what we're kind of looking at as every contract, every grant, everything that comes across our desk, we are actually trying to be better and better about our understanding of our long-term impact on our budget. So a couple of safeguards that I just kind of want to lift up at the direction of the commission is that, again, our clauses say that that the agreement will be valid and enforceable if there are sufficient funds. So as we know, if things change, we can actually really change that dollar amount. We will change that amount, and we're obligated to that with the public trust. And if those sufficients are not available, we have a 30-day clause. in every single contract, whether it be this one or actually the ones that we have directly with the counties. That is a standard practice across the state of California, just because we don't know what's coming, federal impacts, all of that. People, well, maybe the stress people tobacco purchase may increase, who knows, on that. So we are tied to that tobacco tax. And then under special terms, we actually, for any reason, can also terminate the agreement subject to a 30-day notice. So I just wanted to make sure there are safeguards in this that I was advised to actually highlight these for the board, that so that we can actually have a really direct and transparent communication about what this is. All right. Next slide, please. So this is the bulk of, again, the updates. I won't go into kind of a lot of the details. We're really proud of home visiting. Thank you for highlighting that. You know, there are technical things in my item about like the budgets and the revisions for small county impact, small county population current grants. And we released the impact legacy grant, y'all. So that took a minute. Thank you for your patience. And as we actually navigated that, so really grateful for the rapid response, really grateful for the team who got the webinar up and running. And so we are hopefully, we will be on target for a July kind of allocation renewal grant. So really proud of the BEALS work. So building equitable early learning systems with Wested. Catherine just presented last time, as you know, Catherine from, actually, can I get Dr. Goins? Dr. Goins from last time presented just a whole kind of overview of just the importance of this. Again, being in community, really loved hearing about the strategic framework of the association. This is what that's about, and the long-term infrastructure, right? As we are all facing declining revenue, and we know that impact. We do this not just with First Five, we do with education communities providers, and so it's really a critical conversation. And the kids are back online, and so we are catching up, and those are logged, and hopefully folks will be getting their kits soon. I will, with that said, again, I won't read every other update that's in here, but I thought those were the critical things that we should uplift and highlight as people were curious as to where the status of those things were. With that said, I am going to invite Commissioner Rizzo to actually tee up some conversation and invite Dr. Dominguez Berkeley to help Berkeley. You see where my brain was. Dr. Dominguez Brinkley to the podium as we provide an update on the SPCFA.
Thank you so much. Before we get there, can I just open it up just to see if anyone has any questions? Commissioner Hazen, Bobby, Rizzo. Okay, thanks so much.
Okay.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. So we had four very successful and engaging advisory meetings with the association to discuss the SPCFA funding approach. So the topics of these collaborative meetings included the funding cycle, including details on the new formula, safety nets, guardrails, and eligibility criteria for the 21 eligible counties. The new funding formula will include an equitable funding methodology utilizing data on children aged 0 to 5 and performance-based accountability. The funding cycle includes a result-based accountability data-driven analysis to ensure guardrails and safety nets are in place for small counties. First Five California has compiled all the information from the series of listening sessions it hosted to inform the process of ensuring public funds are accountable and to discuss the key features for the upcoming funding cycle. The request for applications process for the SPCFA is currently in progress and is expected to be released this month if all goes well with the quality control agencies.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for teaming us up. I really appreciate it. And I really also want to thank Commissioner Rizzo and Commissioner Hazing for helping us throughout all the meetings and all the feedback that you guys provided and the guidance. We really appreciate it. Next slide. So as you guys remember, last commission meeting, we had a full action item, and one of the requests was for us to have some collaborative conversations, but we also wanted to update sort of our commitment for SPCFA. I think we've been saying this for a long time, and I know Director Wong has been saying this since she stepped into her role, that her commitment to fund all 21 small counties is still strong. What we have done is really did some refinement and some calibration and really on the focus. One thing that I think was really well intended, and part of it is something that has been in progress for a long time. And I also want to thank Abo and Fabiola for joining in our conversations, is to ensure that the funding of the grants for small counties are operational for to build systems development for their constituents, but also for their communities. So I think our commitment is stronger, and we've just redefined that and a little bit more technical ability. The 21 counties, as the statute has, or as first 5 has defined them, it's still based on live births. So it still will continue the 21 counties. We will continue to honor that. So I just want to reaffirm that. Those are small counties and also based on low birth rates, and also because of how Prop 10 provides funding to them. So next slide. I really like this slide, and part of it is 2 buckets, but part of it is there's essentially 6 squares. But what I want to really say is our journey to get to this place has been a long one, or at least since I stepped in from fall of 2023. When I joined my first conversation with Abo in the 21 counties, there was just a lot of sort of chaos. And I think I want to say that, but also really give us kudos and really doing a lot of quality assurance and improvement. There's a lot of sort of improvements that we needed to do on the grant management. So I do want to sort of celebrate that, because we also were able to change who managed that portfolio, and we did a lot of improvements. But that really was the kickoff of really doing the assessment of understanding how funding or just the technical ability of us releasing the funds, or how the 21 counties managed or wanted to use their funding. So for me, that was the beginning. Even though there was a lot of different things, I really appreciate all the 21 counties, and Abu knows this, they're not shy, so they've been telling us all along. The other part too was we collected a lot of information, and that also continued to be part of our assessment. We had a series of listening sessions. We had a lot of conversations with them, not only during their budget change requests, but also during just the iterative process on reporting. There's a lot of technical abilities, and that allowed us to really focus on the microsystems, to making sure that we serve the 21 counties to our best of their abilities so they can receive the funds, but also serve their communities. We know a lot of them wear multiple hats. We know a lot of them play Santa in winter. They're also the data person, they're the program person, but they're also the reference person. And some of them are the cooks in their community. So we do understand the complexities of what their role. We also had the amazing opportunity to do a couple of site visits and really see it firsthand, that really operationalize the understanding for the multiple possibilities to just make improvement. So I want to thank my team specifically, and the research team, because they really helped pull some of the data, but also the fiscal data. I also want to acknowledge contracts and fiscal, because we had a lot of backdoor robust conversations to making sure that collectively as an organization, we can support all 21 counties. Since January 2025 to present, obviously you all know we had the process of the Candy Land, as you guys know this, is really to come forward to as an information item and do an action item. And then as a result of the action item, we gather a couple of series of meetings with association, Fabiola and Abo. I really want to thank you for your commitment. But I think what I hope that you got during these conversations, that you were able to understand the thoughtfulness and the thinking behind all the operations, that it's not, no decision is made in a vacuum, and that every detail is data driven, that there's always some type of rationale to really support the 21 counties. Also too, I want to say that in that process, we had a lot of back and forth and association was able to share a lot of thoughts. I think for the most part, we feel very comfortable in all our robust communications that we were able to really reimagine how we collectively we can work together, but also meet you guys halfway. I think the 21 counties will be really proud of Avo because he really came in and championed, but also too, we gave you most of it, right? So, and I think that's part of the process that we're undergoing right now. Because you guys know our provisions of state contract manuals, we can't fully share all the details of what that looks like, but the request for application for the grants, we're operationalizing that now and we're making all those edits right now. For the commission, I really want you guys to understand that this process was not just from January to present. It really started back in fall, and there's been a lot of thoughtfulness from all of us collectively to really come and make a full round decision. So I really just want to thank everybody. Next slide. This is really the strategic approach. I think collectively, we're all committed to really reach the North Star and audacious goal. But we also have to have some performance expectations, some compliance. We committed to invest a small amount of the allocation to evaluation. We're working on making sure that we continue to streamline the reporting. We'll continue to do that through the AR, which I think it went well. And we also think that we can make additional refinements so we can even support the counties further so it can be easier for them to report. Next slide. This other slide, I really want to thank Commissioner Rizzo and Hazen because they really helped us to think about the safety nets and the guardrails of what SBCFA collectively be. And really is the data driven, it's a new funding formula that is more equitable using the 0 to 5 data. We're using low SES, free and reduced lunch and Medi-Cal, thank you, Avo. And also just making sure that we allow the counties to use the funds for their operations and that systems development, and they can drive that technical assistance at how they want to do that based on how they see the funds best fit for them. All of this collectively will help us really to have program integrity, and we'll be able to assess that through an evaluation. Next slide. Again, this is really more a recap, an overview. So the 21 counties are listed here. They will continue to be the same ones. And as I said, they're based on low birth rates. The commission approved 15 million for the next 3 years. We project those dates to be an initiative of kicking that off in the summer of 2025. As you guys know, the conversations had a lot of conversations and going back and forth that we also work in the back end parallel to making sure that the RFA can be in place. The funding formula, as I was saying, is an equity focus using the children 0 to 5 data. And it's a similar existing formula with minimal base costs. So we hope that you guys will see that. We can't wait for you to see that. And most importantly, I think Avo and Fabiola will be really proud to understand that we really met them more than halfway. So really appreciate that. And I think that will help the next iteration as things come up. Really the next step, which is in real time, is to release the request for application. That's the procurement process. We anticipate that being hopefully this month, but this spring. We do plan to have a webinar and office hours. I think most counties, if you listen to the impact webinar and office hours, you'll see the model. You're starting to see that we're wanting to be even more engaged, more available, provide the technical assistance. So we'll repeat that and make any improvements that we needed to do from the counties. So we'll continue to have a lot of conversations. Next slide. Yeah. Any questions, comments, concerns, celebrations? Oh.
Let me open it up first to the commissioners and then the First Five Association. Any questions?
I just appreciate the collaborative aspect of this work. So, and I do want the association to know that they have a watchdog bulldog in Avo, so. Him and Fabi though were very collaborative, they pushed back, but we did meet in the middle, maybe slightly gave them a little more in the middle, but definitely their voices were heard, so I think we'll get further going far down the road in a collaborative aspect, making sure everybody's voice is heard, so I do appreciate that.
Thank you. Commissioner Hazen?
Yes, thank you. I just want to echo the appreciation for the association and the First Five California team, really getting to work to create a solution here that we can all feel good about. So thank you to everybody who came together to do the work.
Thank you. Your name has been called so many times.
And he's going to join me now. So with that said, I don't know if you want to share some words before we launch into our section of it. Our executive director, that's in.
Well, I thank you for the formal title introduction. The only thing I'd say is I just want to echo the appreciation of and willingness to work with the association, our counties around SPCFA. There was a lot of progress made since the beginning of the year, for sure. There are still very important aspects of SPCFA that we're working through, like ensuring as much of the investment goes to communities and not consultants, and ensuring that we are not harming any small counties, and wanting to make sure that there's removal of as many administrative burdens as possible so that local communities can focus on local services more so than those administrative. So, and also time is ticking. So I do appreciate staff understanding the urgency and ensuring continuity of investment in communities. We are in the middle of April. Folks are planning for their July 1 budgets starting now. So needing to know the investment in their community, what evaluation and reports and so forth are going to be required is very important. So appreciate the continued conversation on checking off those important implementation items.
You're saying.
Yeah. Yes, all results. Yeah.
Your resilience.
So important.
Thank you for teeing that up. So we kind of know the urgency of now. Part of the resilience initiative in January was both. Right, so both SPCFA and this conversation, not that we did not prioritize this resilience initiative, but we really see and know that the resilience initiative is a really excellent way to actually co-create like the request from the counties, right? So thank you for staying up there, Avo. And so next slide. So back in January, just as a recap, the commission approved up to $3 million for 3 different buckets: emergency, capacity building, and long-term sustainability. Again, I will not read the buckets. They will be published. Again, emergency is that criteria when we think of those counties who are in crisis, essentially bankrupt, right? They are closing their doors or they have no money to operate. Capacity building is this interesting new opportunity to co-create about what that is. And so we did not create guardrails, but really wanted to have some level setting conversations first. And then also understand that we have this shared interest in both long-term sustainability locally and at the state level. So what does that mean for the next slide? This is not 2 buckets, just 1 big bucket again with 3 little squares inside. So again, between now and then, now to January, since the conversation and present, we did three different things. We level set with the First Five Association. There was agreement because there was a specific definition of emergency that the primary focus will likely be with our focus on capacity building and long-term sustainability. And I'll hand it over to you for the next steps, Avo, if that's okay.
Thank you, Director Wong. Yes, we've also agreed to co-host regional town halls this month and in June as well, to hear from local First Fives around thoughts on implementing the resilience initiative, showing some opportunities, potential blind spots that we also don't see at the state level of what's needed in terms of capacity and long-term sustainability, and most importantly, what are those opportunities that this initiative can invest in. So we're hoping to have those regional and all statewide town halls, I should say. So all first fives will be invited to a series of 3 of these town halls over the next several weeks. And looking forward to reporting back to the commission. Really quick.
I will update that because what that was spent through this year, so regional statewide.
That's right.
Yes,
That's right.
before it gets up. I think that's our update for what we did on the resolution.
Thanks so much. Any comments or questions?
Okay.
Well, we're grateful to you using Dr. Dominguez Brinkley's word celebration. We want to celebrate you and all the hard work that's been done to get us to the place we are for kids and families, and certainly the counties. And really through these conversations, you come to a great place. So thank you very much. Let's celebrate you with great work. Terrific. We'll now turn to, wow, and I was really not thinking we were gonna be on time, but that we are, we're absolutely on
I
time.
had my espresso this morning.
Go into public comment. One, I also want to, off of the past report, Director Wong's report, welcome Anthony. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to working with you as the general counsel of the organization. And go into public comment to say the following. This is item number 2. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes on any non-agendized item or any items not related to a pending judicial, administrative litigation or personnel matters. No action by the State Commission may be taken on this public comment. If you wish to comment, use the raise hand function if you're attending with us virtually or sure that you've signed up in either San Diego or Sacramento. The Director of Governance and Administration, Simon Marquez, will call on the public in the order in which they've signed up, starting with Sacramento and then moving to San Diego and then finally the virtual queue. Do we have any members of the public who wish to comment? Yes, we do in Sacramento. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. Tony Say with First Bend Mendocino. And I do just want to reiterate my appreciation for the board and Jackie and the work that has been done with the association regarding the small county funding. We just got released our new our projections for our $10, and they are significantly less than what we had originally thought. So we're definitely going to be leaning into these SPCA allocations for sustainability. And so I just appreciate the due diligence that's been done. And just to remind this board and the state staff that is working with the association to take into consideration those small counties that do need the money, even more so than Mendocino County. So I know that birth rate and all of those things, I don't know what the funding formula is going to be, but to be really conscientious and to be sensitive to the fragility of some of these smaller counties. And to just really understand that, you know, a lot of the services the First Fives provide are not income-based. So even though we're working on disparities, we have some families that are still really in gaps. And so they're just on the threshold of not being able to be, you know, Medi-Cal, you know, recipients, but they're really struggling. So these small counties really need that general support. And then again, just streamlining all the reporting process. I want to really thank the state staff for streamlining the annual report and putting SPCA in that annual report. It really helped our processing, and so I really appreciate that as well. And then just again around the paying in advance instead of in the arrears or what have you, just to again streamline that. So I just want to appreciate the due diligence that's gone in. Appreciate the bulldog and advocacy of our association. Thank you, Avo. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other members of the public who wish to speak?
I just want to introduce myself. My name's Monique Sicker, and I've been on virtual for, gosh, since COVID. So it's nice to be here in person. I am a liaison with the California Teachers Association. I'm also a classroom teacher. I'm a TK-K combo this year, but have taught kindergarten for numerous years. I just want to echo watching all of this. It's such a reminder that CTA and First Five of California is really aligned with our values and, you know, our expectations. We are excited that our TK will be, transitional kindergarten will be fully implemented starting next year. as a reminder, yes. As a reminder, we're still waiting to hear if our numbers are gonna go down to the ratio of 1 to 10 versus the 1 to 12. So districts are kind of scrambling and trying to figure out with facilities what to do. So that's kind of a big issue happening in our world with, that kind of aligns with our first 5. We do look at all of your legislation. I'm on the state council, and we are, AB 29 is a watch for us, and that's the Medi-Cal Adverse Childhood Experience Trauma Screenings. And so we're hoping to be in partnership with you as that evolves. Definitely, we are dealing with children that are coming from very traumatic experiences in the public school system. One of the things that was reported about the Medi-Cal component, you asked about that. I think community schools is a big thing that's happening in the state of California, and that might be kind of an area to really reach out in terms of CTA, and I'm happy to help facilitate that. And then one other thing that is just really worrisome in our world is we get a lot of federal funding, especially for our special education students, our most vulnerable students. And I'm sure you've heard that the superintendents have all received letters. And there is a pushback. And on May 17th, statewide, we are going to be doing a day of action in the large cities, Los Angeles, San Francisco, San Diego. And I think we're still working on all the areas, but we hope I can send information to you as that evolves, to really push back on what's happening to us in terms of the federal funding. So those are some things that we're working on, and it's nice to be here in person. I do commit to at least coming twice a year in person, but then we'll be virtually if not able to be here in person. And thank you for your support.
Yeah.
Ms. Figueroa, can I have you connect with our Deputy Director or Jorge de la Cruz, make sure we're coordinated for the days of action?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I won't leave without talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Wong. You took the words out of my mouth. So no,
sorry.
It's nice to have mine now. Any other public comment in the room? Sacramento? How about in San Diego? Yes. Commissioner Hazen, maybe you can help us facilitate in San Diego.
Yes, we have one person giving public comment here.
Perfect, thank you.
If you'd like to introduce yourself, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Nate McFarland, and I'm a pediatrician working in San Diego County, and I've been practicing for about 23 years in the area of underserved medicine. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. That 23 years of practice has given me a perspective that I'm grateful for the opportunity to share, because I feel like I would be remiss if I didn't come here today and express my appreciation to First Five for a particular program, and also to advocate for that program. And the program is HDS, or Healthy Developmental Services. And it's difficult to do this in 3 minutes, but I think I can do this. But basically, I wanted to kind of give a highlight of the impact the program's had in San Diego County. Some time ago, the child healthcare community became aware of the importance of early identification and treatment of children with developmental delays prior to these kids showing up in the school districts. And this was in response to a growing body of evidence which showed a lot of remarkable benefits from early identification and treatment of these kids, including decreased healthcare system utilization, decreased school district resource utilization, and then just really broad and pretty amazing benefits across the full spectrum of these kids' future lives. And it was these benefits that led to kind of the imperative to identify these kids and begin treatment as early as possible through things like periodic developmental screening. And as we implemented these periodic developmental screenings, it became the case that screening was not really the fundamental problem anymore. Really, where we were experiencing a significant shortfall is in the area of intervention and treatment, because there were many programs around education and awareness and screening, and these programs were abundant and effective, and we were able to identify these kids in large numbers, but we really did not have any resource for the intervention and treatment side of it. And this, this was distressing. I mean, it was distressing for families, but also was distressing for providers to be in the situation where we have identified these concrete needs and we just don't have the intervention and treatment part of that to address them. And it was into this gap, or really not even so much of a gap, almost like a void that HDS was conceived. And the idea of HDS was that it was going to be this one-stop shop where you could refer these children under the age of 5 with mild to moderate developmental delays. And then you could trust that through HDS's system, these kids would receive the interventions and the treatment that was indicated. And being the sort of battle-hardened skeptics that we were very skeptical that a program like this could actually work. But it does work, and it works really well, and it's worked for a number of years, to the extent that it has a very well-established track record of success and a nationally recognized program. And it really is a first 5 success story, and I'm grateful for that program. And it is a best practice program. So if the idea is that we have limited funding and we're going to try to direct that funding into the programs that result in the best return on our investment, and we're going to focus on best practice, then I would argue, and I think a lot of people here in San Diego would argue that HDS is a best practice program, and it's the type of program that we should be looking to. Not only that, as far as a service providing program, it is an essential program now in San Diego. And it's unfortunate, but there really is no other service or no other provider that is stepping up to kind of fill the gap of HDS if we lose that program. So
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Your 3 minutes is up. We really appreciate your work and your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we have 5 people on the virtual queue.
Yes, we do. So starting with Samantha Bond.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, thank you. So this is actually a comment on the previous item, as it wasn't open to the public for public comment. But I do want to say that I appreciate this commission's willingness to work with the First 5 Association around the implementation of the SPCFA funding. And I want to just kind of reiterate what my colleague had already said around ensuring that the full $15 million of the allocation gets invested into the local communities, not necessarily needing dollars spent on evaluation, as each of our communities already has to do our own internal evaluations each year. Additionally, we want to make sure that no small county is harmed in this process. So as you go through this reformulation of the funding, that we're not reducing the funding allocation to a lot of us. As my colleague said, we're all looking at a pretty significant reduction in funding as our Prop 10 projections just came out this morning. And we really want to hope that this funding goes into general operating supports and allows us to be flexible on the ground as we want to continue to be. And looking at, can we continue to have this being paid in advance versus having it in arrears? As many of us, this is our operating budget. This is what we're what's allowing us to keep our doors open, to keep staff, so forth and so on. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker in the queue. And if you were intending to speak on the last item, I thought I opened it up, but if I didn't, I apologize. And so anyone that was interested in commenting on the executive director report of the First 5 California or the association's report, now would be the time to jump into the queue.
Courtney is up next.
Thank you so much. Good morning, commissioners and First 5 California Commission staff, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Courtney Baltiski, and I'm wearing many hats today. I'm the Vice President of Public Policy with the YMCA in San Diego County, and also have the honor of facilitating Children First Collective San Diego. I'm a parent of 2 young kids and an advocate with and for children, youth, and working families here. We had the great pleasure of presenting to y'all when you were in San Diego a few months back. So you know the deep work and the commitment we have to our 0 to 5-year-olds and their families in San Diego. We have been on an advocacy campaign to help sustain the buckets of funding for healthy services and healthy development services in San Diego. Our local physician just shared some incredible information about the impact of this program. And as we have due diligence to advocate to our Board of Supervisors and local First 5 San Diego commissioners, we also have the due diligence to advocate to y'all. The raising public awareness about the First 5 funding cliff is helping with the urgency to this. But the fact of the matter is, with the funding cliff locally, tens of thousands of children, as well as hundreds of childcare providers in San Diego, stand to lose access to critical services as early as July. So our call to action is really for you to consider allocating any available funding to bolster direct services at a county level. And we're incredibly grateful for the Resilience Fund, but getting more dollars out the door on those direct services, and perhaps less to public campaigns or public relations, we would greatly appreciate that consideration. But thank you again for your leadership and continuing to center young children in your decision-making. Our families and our future truly depend on it. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Melody?
Good morning. Thank you so much. Melody Easton with First 5 Nevada County. I just want to express gratitude to the commission for your ongoing support of the small counties and the work that commissioners and staff have done with the association over the last couple of months. We know there have been several meetings with lots of big topics discussed, and there's still a lot of work ahead of us to be done. Want to echo the statements from my colleagues that all of the money be directed towards small counties rather than having a piece carved out for evaluation. Not only are we conducting our own evaluations every year, but the First 5 California Commission has a pretty extensive evaluation budget, and we'd like to encourage some of those funds be used instead of the relatively small amount that's dedicated to the small counties. And then additionally, or finally, encouraging the work group or the subcommittee along with the association to continue to move swiftly in determining the parameters of the RFA and not get bogged down in the details of the funding formula, because it's making it very challenging for us to budget for the upcoming fiscal year. I would encourage the group to consider a flat or consistent rate for this upcoming year with maybe what we are currently funded, and then work out the details of the funding formula for the following 2 years of the contract. Just because I've already had to go to my commissions once and say, I'm sorry, I can't present you a draft budget just yet because I'm not sure if we're even getting the same amount that we were funded before. Are we expecting less? Are we expecting more? And it's making it challenging to move forward with planning for our next fiscal year. Other than that, I would encourage staff and the state commission to really leverage small counties in the planning efforts wherever possible. We could concurrently be reviewing drafts of the GAN or not the reporting requirements, but any draft possible while the RFA is being developed, so that we can move quickly once that RFA is released, once our information is submitted to the state commission, just so that there are no gaps in services. Would love to see the commission guarantee as much as possible that there won't be any gaps in services, that funding can flow starting July 1 without, thank you.
Thank you so much. For the next speaker, and again, we're limiting comments to 3 minutes. So if I cut you off, it's because the time has lapsed.
Katie, you're up.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Candy Corcoran, and I'm proud to serve as the Executive Director of First 5 Sierra. Today, I stand before you to speak on behalf of the children, families, and communities who depend on a system that works. Proposition 10 created a visionary framework, one that is efficient, dynamic, and collaborative. A system that holds itself accountable through public meetings and annual requirements. A system that was built to evolve, not to be constrained. But let's be honest, right now, this system is being held back. The current approach to managing SPCFA, especially the shift from annual allocation to grant format, is undermining the very foundation of what Prop 10 stands for. So I ask you, why was this change made? Who does it serve? And most importantly, is it aligned with the intent of Prop 10? Let me be clear. This change is not just a technicality. It has real human consequences. Take First 5 Sierra, a small independent agency doing big things for a rural community. We applied to CalPERS to offer our staff health and retirement benefits, just like Sierra County does. But our application was denied. Why? Because grants don't provide the financial stability required, allocations do. And without those benefits, our employees are left behind. So I ask you again, is this what the State Commission intended? Does weakening our ability to care for staff strengthen the system? Can we truly compete with other public agencies without basic supports in place? We are at a turning point. This commission has an opportunity and responsibility to fix this. The families of Sierra County have spoken. Now it's your turn to raise their voices, not silence them. Let's realign with the purpose of Prop 10. Let's restore flexibility, protect stability, and ensure that every county, no matter how small, has what it needs to thrive. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
First 5 Modoc.
Good morning, commissioners. This is Nicole Hinton, Executive Director, First 5 Modoc. I would like to thank the First 5 Association staff, Fabi Gonzalez, Avo McDessian, and of course the commission for really prioritizing SPCFA in the recent months. We're grateful and just thank you very much. We would just like to make sure that the $15, just as my colleagues have said, and I'm going to just resound what they say, the $15 is invested in local communities and not consultants. Much like First 5 Nevada, I've had to let our commissioners know that we don't know where we stand financially with SPCFA and have really been working hard to try to find every single grant under every single rock that we can turn. But as you know, as a staff of one, that is a lot of work and a lot of time. So we're grateful that this process is moving forward. We also want to remind you of the importance that this is not reduced. We understand that you're working on a formula funding, but really would like to uplift the need to have operational funding that is not reduced. Again, in rural counties, there are significant supports in place for low-income families. However, we have so many families on that poverty line, whether they work for federal government and are unknowing if they have a job tomorrow, or they're just in a bad spot for a little while. Income alone does not predict domestic violence, birth weight, or special needs, but First 5s are here and ready to serve them no matter their income. So again, we just thank you and look forward to working towards a solution and getting an RFA out. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sarah Bradshaw.
Hi there. My name's Sarah. I'm with the California School Boards Association, and I just enjoyed your meeting and its brevity and wanted to thank everyone there for your work. And thanks to the CTA speaker who follow up on the information provided. And with that, I thank you again.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Erin.
Hi, good morning, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Erin Hogboom. I'm director of San Diego for Every Child, and I'm a member of Children First Collective San Diego. I'm speaking today as an early childhood advocate who deeply values the mission and impact of the First 5 network across California. I just want to commend everyone in this space that we can see and everyone who's calling in for all that you are doing for our youngest Californians. especially at a time when we see unprecedented threats to backsliding in early education. Our unified front is all the more important. And we're lucky to have such a plethora of experts in this space, from those who deeply understand the state ecosystem to those who deeply understand their own communities and counties. With that said, I'm hopeful that the First Five California staff and commission can recognize the dire need to allocate any available or unspent funds directly to county First Five commissions. As even more families look at lifelines like Head Start, just today, potentially being ripped from them, the need for essential community-based services that directly support children and families are more necessary than ever. Like Dr. Nate shared earlier, fortifying services like healthy development services is absolutely crucial for our families. While raising a public awareness about the importance of early years is so valuable, nothing can take the place of real tangible support for families, especially in a time like this. So as many of our local commissions are facing incredibly difficult funding decisions, I think doing what we can to redirect any state dollars to them for those direct services would immediately strengthen the safety net for young children and caregivers across the state. Again, we ask that you keep your focus squarely on community impact and equity by prioritizing investment in direct services through local First Fives. I truly believe that we can work together to identify a pathway that works for both the state and localities. And thank you so much for the opportunity to share and for the willingness to be flexible when and however you can.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Amy.
Good morning, First Five California commissioners, staff, and partners in the room, and those of you joining remotely. My name is Amy Broadhurst, and I am the First Five Alpine Executive Director. So I am representing the smallest populated county. We're not just small, we're often thought as tiny, but we are mighty. We maximize collaboration with our local partners. We lean on and leverage experience and knowledge shared by other small counties and all of the First Fives throughout the state, the association, and the entire network. I also want to thank the commission, the First Five California staff and association for prioritizing this SBCFA efforts as we move forward to, in just less than 3 months, hopefully implementing. In Alpine, we strive to be responsive and meet families where they are, which in the winter often includes driving 3.5 hours one way to connect, to build and strengthen relationships. They live in a remote rural part of the county that is currently without childcare, and those families are resilient, they're innovative, and thrilled when resources come to them and they value the face-to-face interactions. First Five Alpine relies very heavily on it, and even it exists because of SBCFA funds, which are allocated to meet the goals set in our strategic plan, which we are excited to be hosting our public hearing on May 19th for our new plan. I'm asking the California Commission to ensure the entirety of the $15 million for SBCFA to be invested in the local communities and not the consultants. I echo the idea that came up about allocating a similar amount for this upcoming year and then working out the details later. First Five Alpines forecasted to receive $2,634 in tobacco revenue next year. So we are eager to know what our allocation will be for our budget beginning on July 1st. And we push that those funds will be general operating support, allowing the local 21 commissions to decide how those funds can be spent and are meeting the local needs.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Karen. Karen, you're on.
You might be on mute.
Sorry. Good morning, I'm Karen Potts, and I'm the Executive Director for First Five Siskiyou Children and Families Commission. First and foremost, I want to give 15 million thanks to Avo, Jackie, all the team members who worked on the small population county augmentation, and for your consideration, commissioners, to invest $15 million directly into the small population counties so that we can together look at what our priorities are, what our consultant needs are, what our supports are to be able to continue to be successful. I have to say this is the first time in the 20-year partnership that we've had with First Five California that from the very beginning, everybody valued the importance of continuation of small population county augmentation. And I want to thank you so much. Actually, $15 million much. We appreciate you. We also, as others have shared, please, we also encourage you to continue to consider allocating these funds, other general systems support, so that, as others have said, we can make sure that our needs and our unique needs are met based on the systems work that we would do with the funds here. Finally, I think many of the counties would appreciate if we could find a way to advance as much of the funds as possible, so that there is the cash flow, including our friends at Alpine County who only have about 2,000 in allocation. This would help all of us move forward with less stress around revenue, so that we can do the higher level, the thinking and thinking level work without stressing over the bank accounts of our local commissions. Again, 15 million directly to the counties for 15 million. Thanks. We appreciate you.
Thank you. I believe we have one more person online, and then we have one more person in San Diego.
First 5 Tehama.
Hi, apologies for not changing my name. This is Heidi Mendenhall with First 5 Tehama. Thanks for letting us speak. Good morning, almost good afternoon. I am wanting to speak both on behalf of Tehama, but also as the Northwest Regional Rep. We are incredibly grateful and optimistic about the identified 15 million for small counties. While not all of the Northwest are small counties, we know that our populations are connected, our systems are connected, and therefore what we support and build that directly serves families is connected, and we have to be whole to support each other. I also want to just give you some context or colored in a little bit around an example of why you've heard so many of us say that we would like to identify what we need locally for our consultants and technical assistants. So in Tehama County, we don't have a public health that identifies themselves as an office of public safety. And so we don't have the ability to draw down dollars for car seats. I know that seems silly. It seems super silly to me too, but 4 years later, I'm still knocking on that door. And so when we first had some outside partnerships, specifically around kind of this, our managed healthcare plan, the technical assistants, they assume that there's these systems in place. They assume that public health and the health service agencies are going to do certain things. But because in our very rural area, they've decided it's not worth their FTE and their bandwidth, they choose not to. And then that therefore closes doors. And the consultants think that it's super easy to open those doors. And they just give us that solution and expect us to move forward. But the reality is they need to understand the colored in context that those are decisions that take a long time and sometimes elections to change. So instead, we formed a coalition and we used some of the SPSFA funds for our staff time to be able to have this coalition actually provide car seats to families when they are needed. And these are families that qualify for other services that aren't meeting them where they are. They're not doing what the services are intended to do because often there are barriers in place that we can't surpass without what I mentioned, sometimes elections and decision makers being able to do the right thing. So just a context example, instead of us just simply saying that we want our local support to be from somebody who understands our local context so that you better understand why we're asking. Thank you so much. I appreciate very much that you are really, truly considering what all of our needs are. It's not an easy job.
Thank you so much. I believe that was the last comment on public, and I just want to appreciate the last and all the comments. That car seat example was very instructive. Open it up to San Diego.
Hi, thank you. Good morning or good afternoon now. My name's Meredith Kennedy, and I've been the Executive Director for the San Diego and Imperial Counties of the American Academy of Pediatrics for over 20 years. I sent a letter a week ago and didn't receive confirmation of receipt, so I'm here today to emphasize the key points of my letter. I am here to ask the Commission to reconsider and review the $47 million mass media communication contract that has been approved. This month, First Five San Diego is facing many difficult decisions to cut up to $13 million in vital services to children and families in our region. We recently learned that First Five California Commission is planning to allocate $109 million over the next 4 years on mass media communications, while counties like San Diego are facing large budgetary shortfalls in direct service programs. Our local programs, Healthy Development Services, called HDS, which you heard about from Dr. McFarland, a developmental and behavioral screening and treatment for children, and First Five First Steps, family support through home visiting. We will be suffering deep cuts and reductions. These will have short-term and long-term negative impacts on children and families in our county. We are at a critical moment when funds should be allocated to prevent direct service cuts. Our Healthy Development Services program serves approximately 8,000 children ages 0 to 5 and their families every year. In the program's 19 years, it's served over 362,000 children and their families. Since the launch of our First Five First Steps program in 2012, it has provided over 101,000 home visits to families, with almost 3,000 families enrolled and completed their first home visit. Without adequate funding, children are at a greater risk of detrimental health outcomes that will have lasting effects many years beyond their early childhood. As you know, the governing statute of First Five allows flexibility for the commission to reallocate funding when deemed necessary. We are in a dire situation with these cuts. Children and families in our region will have long-term impacts. As you are all aware, programs that prioritize children and families are not only at risk in our state, but throughout the entire country. Are you willing to stand up to these injustices that we're seeing every day? If so, please consider re-reviewing the August memo about a $25 million stabilization or resilience fund for other First Five commissions in California to apply for. Please consider reallocating funds away from mass media campaigns to fund crucial direct services for children in the state. I'm here today to offer our organization's support in partnering with you in maintaining critical services throughout California and to ensure our children and families receive the support they need. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and Executive Director Kennedy, we appreciate, we did get your letter. I'll take responsibility for not following up with you. I thought I did, but I didn't. We also have a central email. Simon, maybe you can provide that again so that the communications that come to the commission are centralized, so we have a way of responding to them in an effective way, and they don't unfortunately get lost in my email.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And actually there's a slide for that. So
Great.
we'll bring it up. I think it's towards the end of the meeting.
Okay,
Or
great.
Lunch.
But Executive Director Kennedy, we will make sure that your letter is part of the, gets to all the commissioners and part of the record.
Yep, and it was forwarded to them.
Got it, okay. Perfect, thank you.
And we've got one more.
Yep. Okay.
Hi, I'm Tara Milbrand. I'm the Associate Executive Director at the local chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. We have been so grateful for the funds that have come through from First Five to our county to support children and families. The work that I do centers around really working with pediatricians and other clinicians to understand the services, what the referral pathway is. And as you heard from Dr. McFarland, HDS was designed to complement the existing infrastructure serving children with the most severe delays. And before HDS, clinicians would screen children for developmental delays, but unless they were severe, there were few, if any, services to address these concerns, making them reluctant to screen for mild to moderate concerns if there's no treatment available. So I've had numerous clinicians tell me how HDS has been transformational to their practice. Healthy Development Services really focuses on the relationship with families. That's central to their model. Families are supported by a family-centered, trauma-informed approach where care coordinators and service providers address the family's social determinants of health and barriers to service. The HDS approach to engaging and supporting families creates the foundation for healing relationships that extend beyond traditional service delivery. It's really through these relationships that we best learn and change behaviors, more so than a media campaign. And what we're facing in San Diego is funding cuts of up to 30 to 50% of the staff that works directly with families. And as Dr. McFarland and Meredith mentioned, since 2006, HDS has served over 350,000 kids. There's a ripple effect with HDS where family stress levels are reduced and they're better able to support their children and repair the relationships within their families. Supporting HDS helps children reach their optimal development, improves their ability to thrive upon school entry, reduces barriers to learning, and increases safe, stable, nurturing relationships. I understand that 47 million is going towards a media campaign designed to change behavior, but I would suggest that HDS and other direct service programs really have the impact to change parents' behavior and trajectory of children's lives. So we ask you to reconsider to support the programs that, such as HDS, that directly serve families until the commission can secure funds that adequately support children and families. Thank you.
Thank you. Just wanted to check, no other public comment online.
Yep.
No other public comment in San Diego, Commissioner Hazen. Thank you. And I don't see any other public comment in Sacramento. So that closes item 2 on public comment. Thank you so much. We're going to take our agenda out of order, given my desire to have lunch. So we are going to postpone item 3 and 4 and go to the item 5 on the adoption of the strategic plan. The additional reason why we're doing this is we are joined by Arabella Advisors, and they are on the line now, and so want to be sensitive to their time. So if we could move to item 5, and Arabella Advisors is on the line. I'll introduce this. I am particularly excited about this agenda item. It's something that Commissioner Hazen, Vice Chair Hazen, and I have been working on with the team and Arabella Advisors for several months, in addition to the full commission. So I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chair Hazen to introduce our next item, which is the adoption of First Five California's 2025 to 2028 strategic plan. Thank you, Vice Chair Hazen.
Thank you, Chair Albright. I want to begin by thanking the commission, staff, partners, and community members who shared their insights and feedback over the past year. Hard to believe it's been that long, to help shape this ambitious, I would say very timely strategic plan. In our roles on the Executive Advisory Committee, Chair Albright and I have been deeply involved in this process, working closely with the team at First Five California and our partners at Arabella Advisors, who we'll hear from shortly. What we're bringing forward today reflects many hours of collaboration, multiple iterations, and thoughtful engagement with the commission and our partners. I believe this plan powerfully positions First Five to meet the mandate of Prop 10. It's centered on equity, informed by data, and focused on advancing the needs and priorities of children and families over the next 4 years so that together we can make measurable progress towards our North Star and audacious goal. And at a time of economic and political uncertainty, this plan really challenges us to be bold and adaptive, strengthening alignment across systems, advocating for sustainable funding, and ensuring that California continues to lead the nation in our work around early childhood. And before we hear from Arabella, I'll turn it over to Director Wong to share additional comments on this.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Hazen and Chair Albright, for just being on this journey for me. And thank you for the commissioners who provided really deep and thoughtful input on the document that we will be voting on today. I also wanted to extend my appreciation to our partners, or the First Five Association. As you can see, there was a lot of congruent and complementary themes for both of our kind of next steps and our vision for how we want to operate. in this early childhood space during this time. The plan is actually stronger because all of your engagement, those of you who are local, all of our focus groups, our research, and I'm actually not just grateful, I'm just really humbled for the authentic voice that was incorporated throughout. As I've mentioned in previous commission meetings, the SCRAP plan reflects an important evolution of First Five California. And this is my first SCRAP plan. And who would have thought 3 years ago, I'd get emotional on this journey when I began with Arabella and the change management plan to really move towards an equity-centered, justice-focused organization. It is amazing that we are here today, and I'm so proud of the staff. I'm so proud of our partners. I'm so proud of this commission. And former commissioners, and how appropriate that we honored Commissioner Majors in her voice for Black children, Black families, and Black communities. Okay, diversity, equity, and inclusion are at the heart of what we do. That is what we are about. We shall not get distracted by what is happening now when our Black and brown refugee immigrant communities are under attack. And I am just so grateful to have this opportunity. And I'm sorry, Alex, I'm not sticking to the talking points. I'm sorry, Arabella. But Andrew, you've been on this journey with me, and I'm so grateful. And you stuck with us, even though you are with a different organization. And I am so humbled, Nikki, Arabella team, to see us at this point today, when 3 years ago, the landscape was different, and how appropriate that we are made for a moment just like this, to be California's Children and Families Commission, not just First Five California, but to fight for children and families who need us right now. And so there's a benefit for being an independent agency. And really, I am grateful for the commission for allowing me to go down this path, lead in this way, and I'm excited about the future. With that, I'm going to hand it over to the Arabella team. And there's big box of tissues here.
Oh my gosh. Well, it is such a pleasure to be in the room again today. And thank you. You're right. It has been many, it's been 3 years of working together. And we're very appreciative of the time that your team, your leadership team has dedicated to this, but really appreciative of the time the entire network has dedicated to this. We've called upon the First Five Association and counties and advocates and policymakers to participate in many meetings over the course of the past 3 years, and we're very appreciative that they have come with amazing ideas and sort of an open mind and assuming best intentions, and that's been really amazing to see. So I want to thank not only Jackie, you and the First Five leadership team for this process, but also for everybody who's listening and in the room, and even those who may see this later and weren't able to join today, who helped along the way. And I hope who will hold you accountable for implementing the strategic plan as well. So we can dive in, but thank you for that. I'll get I have actually a box of tissues just in case as well. So I'll go over process a little bit, the process by which we got here. For some of you, this may be quite old. You may have seen it before, but for some of you, it might be fresh. And I want to make sure that we're grounded in how we got to the strategic plan that is on the table to be approved today. And Nikki will go through a summary of the strategic plan itself. I'll try and keep it brief and pretty concise. When we thought about the strategic plan, we thought about 3 big qualities. One was the mission, vision, and value of the agency of First Five California, which is encapsulated or captured by the North Star, an audacious goal that was put together in 2021 or 2. I'm forgetting an exact year now, and it was approved by the commission. And we held that as a constant. What is it going to take to achieve the First Five California North Star, an audacious goal? We thought about the internal capacity that the agency has, not only its staff and leadership, but the financial resources and other skills and talents that folks on staff have. And then we engaged over the course of the past year external focus groups and folks via interview to think about what the external environment is. And the external environment here was very complex. It was not only the folks in the First Five network who have, we just came on as folks were speaking up about the needs and challenges that they're encountering at this very moment, but also, folks who are at the forefront of ACEs and folks who have thought a lot about public policy and gathering all that input so that we could together in partnership develop a strategic plan sort of that gets at the center of these three things, what you want to do, what you're able to do, and what the moment calls for. Move to the next slide. And so we started working together in 2022 and 3 on actually the implementation of the previous strategic plan, which is how to best and most effectively work on closing out that strategic plan, and then began working on a plan for the next 4 years to cover 2025 through 2025, this year, this year through 2028. And as I said before, the process for getting there was actually, I'll be a little bit more concise. We can go to the next slide, and I can talk about the process for getting there. We have gone through many phases with you all since we began our work in May, not only sort of looking internally in phase 1, but then moving through phases of external input into the strategic plan through focus groups, interviews, conversations, and collaborative sessions that brought in a lot of different viewpoints about the direction that First Five California should go, and all the while attending commission meetings to also hear input from folks that were making comment on emerging issues. We are finally now at the last phase of our work together, phase 4, which is finalizing the strategic plan. And today we'll talk a little bit about the final strategy. I think commissioners have had a chance to review and read it, and certainly had several opportunities to provide specific feedback on the plan. But we'll go through some of the top lines of that plan today, building off of conversations we've had with the commission in the past. So we are now sort of near the end of this process with you all. There's only a couple of steps left after this. We will help the leadership team at First Five California develop and finalize an implementation plan, because a strategic plan with no implementation plan is simply a document on a shelf. So we will talk a little bit about who does what, how it gets done, et cetera. And then we'll talk with the First Five California staff later in the month to walk through the plan and address questions. I'll pause there. I know we're not doing questions at this time, but if there's anything pressing that Jackie or the commissioners wanted to interject before we move on to talk about the strategy, I'll just pause.
No, nothing in the room.
Okay. We can move.
With that, we're gonna pull up in a minute some of select segments of the actual strategy itself. I'm gonna jump in here to provide a high-level overview of the strategy, and in particular, some of the changes that we've implemented since you last saw the framework in January. I'm not going to go into detail on the whole strategy, and I know, as Andrew mentioned, I know the commissioners have had a chance to review, and the full document was posted in advance, and I'm happy to address more specific questions after I give sort of the high-level summary. But just for context, as you'll remember, in January, we presented a strategic framework, and that really was the sort of core of the strategic plan. And what you'll see here builds very much on that, offering more detail throughout. Some key changes that you'll see are, we sort of went into a little bit more detail and were more explicit about the alignment of the strategic plan with Proposition 10, referencing back sort of how the sort of strategies align with the mandate of Prop 10. And for each of the strategies, we've offered much more detail in terms of the activities that each of them encompass, while certainly leaving some room for, strategic agility as circumstances evolve. And we've worked closely with the First Five leadership team and the commissioners to refine what those sort of milestones are, to make sure that they're really accurately representing the work that'll be happening over the coming years. So to give an overview, I will not be walking through, as I said, the full strategy, but I will spend some time here on one page and a subsequent page that provide a good high-level overview. This one is sort of as it notes the strategic plan at a glance, so it provides a good summary of it. It represents here the North Star and the audacious goal, as Andrew said. These have not changed as part of the strategic planning process. They were really foundational and grounding for guiding us. And it also represents here a high-level summary of the theory of change. I'm not going to read in detail, but I will provide a summary of, just as a reminder, sort of the key concepts that are embedded in this theory of change are that the audacious goal really requires transformational change that'll lead to fewer adverse childhood experiences, reduced experiences of childhood poverty, and increased access to care and to healthcare, both childcare and healthcare. And then in order to do that, the hypothesis here is that First Five can't do it alone. It requires collective effort. And that First Five California, with this strategic plan, is stepping more fully into a role of really driving coordinated action amongst a variety of stakeholders to achieve that. And in order to do that, it'll play several roles that are listed here. There's the convening role, advocate role, broadcast role, and catalyst role. And it'll focus its efforts on 4 primary strategies that are also noted here. The first being advocating for state and federal policies. It'll develop an annual policy agenda that's reflective of the what can move and is likely to move and is feasible to move at that moment and what the priorities are, and it'll work with partners and lawmakers to advance it. The second is building public awareness and access to resources. This work is really grounded in First Five California's 2 major campaigns, the Stronger Start and Raise California Strong campaigns. The third one is facilitating alignment between California's government agencies, as we talked about in January. And in our conversations with partners and field leaders, there was really a desire for First Five California to deepen its role as sort of connective tissue between different agencies and stakeholders, enabling using sort of its role to enable a broad range of actors to coordinate and effectively advance shared priorities. So that is an important pillar of this. And the last one is support and amplify the leadership of the First Five network. As has been reflected in some of the comments in today's meeting, this strategic plan is happening against a backdrop of reduced resources for the network as a whole. And so this final strategy is about supporting the full network to navigate that transition and to ensure that despite that, there is sort of ongoing, effective, and financially sustainable child serving programs across the state. So it's a high-level summary of what's embedded here. I'm going to show one more page that I think is also very important and core to the strategic plan. As alluded to before, all of the strategies and roles will require First Five California to sort of operate and advance in partnership with a sort of full ecosystem of stakeholders in order to achieve that North Star and audacious goal. And so in order for First Five to act as connective tissue for those key stakeholders, there is really just many actors that do need to be involved, and that'll be critical for actually achieving this strategy. And so this graphic and this page is really intended to sort of reinforce that core element of the strategy, and that working towards this audacious goal needs to be a collective effort. And part of why that's so important, especially in this public forum to reinforce, is because so many people who are listening today or who are watching and tracking what First Five strategy is, you'll be part of implementing it because it really is oriented to working in collaboration. And there'll be increased attention and efforts in terms of creating those forums for partnership. So that's a very high level summary. I'm going to very quickly talk about some next steps again that Andrew alluded to, just to emphasize that this is, to Andrew's point, a strategy is the start of something, and certainly not the end. There's a lot of steps that come after this, and then I'll hand it back for comment. In terms of next steps from here, these are next steps that will largely be owned by the First Five California team and leadership team. But after the strategic plan is approved, there's a few important parts. There's First Five California's leadership team has already teed up a dissemination plan to ensure the plan is shared with partners and distributed. The leadership team, as Andrew alluded to, we've already started working on the implementation plan, and that'll deepen over the coming weeks. And as we wrap, they'll be jumping into a larger meeting in May to sort of finalize what the short-term and long-term implementation work plans and reporting will look like. And then, of course, there'll be ongoing reporting out of progress against the plan. So that'll be something that'll be a regular part, at least annual, of other updates in between, likely coming to this commission. So I will stop there. As I said, I know I did a very high level overview of a long document, but we're happy to dive into more specific questions or welcome any comments or reactions. And I'll turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'll turn it over to Director Wong. Any other additional comments?
With my full tissue box here. No, again, really proud of the work. And I love, if you kind of focus on the last slide, living into a strategic plan. This is not meant to be something that's put on the shelf. It is values driven, it is mission driven. And so we are excited to work with the commission, believing that it will be adopted today on a dissemination plan will really live into our values and that goal.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for the incredible work to get us to this place. It is an exciting milestone in and of itself. I wanted to open it up to any commissioners for any questions or comments. Commissioner Hazen, Vice Chair Hazen, thank you so much. It's been so fun to collaborate with you on this. Any additional comments?
No, I think I've said it all. Though I'm very excited that the work continues with the development of the implementation plan so that we can make real what is outlined in the plan. So excited to really continue this work.
And one thing to note, as you go through the entire strategic plan, there's a couple pages that were highlighted that can be sort of the executive summary, so to speak. That star page, as well as the page that has the blocks, can be that one pager to share with the community to really summarize what is a many page document. So we were happy about that as well. Open it up to any of the other commissioners' comments, feedback, thoughts.
Oh, I just wanted to share my appreciation to the people that put this together. I mean, it was you took our feedback, and it was just like, wow, seeing it, seeing our feedback. I mean, feeling heard. That was and seeing it on paper. That's amazing. Thank you.
I appreciate this last step and phase for the development of an internal implementation roadmap, because it's beautiful on paper. It has everybody's voice in it, but I appreciate laying out the next steps, because that's so important to make sure that this is a living document, a piece that's truly a roadmap that we're going to use, and that step's not being missed. So I appreciate that step.
Thank you. Open it up to public comment. We have one comment in the room, at least. Looks like maybe one comment in the room. How many folks will comment virtually, and how many in Sacramento? I just want to get a sense of timing.
We have one so far virtually.
Okay.
Now two.
Two. Please raise your hand virtually if you are interested in speaking. And Vice Chair Hazen, is there anyone in San Diego that's interested in speaking?
No.
Okay. Terrific. Thank you so much. We'll have 3 minutes for public comment.
Great, thank you so much. Again, Thomas Day from First Five Mendocino, and I want to applaud everybody who goes into strategic plan creation, because I understand what we do in Mendocino County. It's very timely. And Arabella, you guys did an amazing job. I love the visualizations. I'm going to probably bring some of this back to my commission, because we're in our strategic plan making as well. I did want to hire. Huh?
For hire.
Exactly. There we go.
And copy what we did.
Exactly. I did want to just point out strategy 2 kind of calls out specifically the First Five California as the public broadcaster. It's the only place in the strategic plan that I see allocating Prop 10 as legislation, like the 30% for the public media. we did hear from colleagues that, in order to kind of like maybe take that as consideration for reallocation into unallocated funds, as we're looking at a lot of, as you pointed out, Commissioner Wong, a lot of, uncertainty for these cuts with early Head Start and Head Start. And just to know that you guys can lean into this legislation and do that reallocation to protect our marginalized children that are actually being under attack. So I just want to remind the position of this commission that you do have some flexibility with that, and it being called out in a strategic plan like this, I don't want it to be kind of like something that's cemented in the next few years when there's so much uncertainty for these vulnerable populations of our own children are at stake. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other members of the public in Sacramento wish to speak? Okay. And no one in San Diego? Okay, we'll go to those on the phone.
Melody?
Thank you. Again, Melody Easton with First Five Nevada County. Two really quick points. I wanted to share that I presented the playbook to my commission at our last meeting and they loved it. They think it was such a great tool, and they wish that more statewide organizations would come out with playbooks such as that to help us vision strategies for sustainability. My second point is just to call out that there's a huge number of times that the network is mentioned in the strategic plan, which I find so encouraging. And I want to recognize that really that audacious goal is realized at the county level. And so we look forward to continuing to partner at the local level with First Five California to realize that audacious goal and ensure that all of our youngest residents are thriving and have the best start to their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Fabiola?
Hi, everyone. Fabiola Gonzalez from Fresno. I just wanted to highlight, I'm looking at this report during the meeting, and strategy 2 talks about the public awareness that Tom Lee spoke about. And the second part of that first sentence, though, is access to resources that mitigate ACEs. And I wanted to just highlight that for the commissioners today, because we're hearing during the meeting a lot of folks talking about the resources that are needed. And, aside from the awareness, the milestones on this document talk mostly about awareness. So we want to be mindful about how can First Five California also come alongside and implement the strategy to access to resources to mitigate what the awareness is being brought about in terms of ACEs. The strategy 3, I'm super excited because it talks about California's government agencies being in alignment with issues that are implementing policy impacting children across our state. And so I'm super thrilled that there's a lot of points in here that will make it so that we can, as a network, like our previous speaker mentioned, as a network, we can figure out with you, we're ready as an association, as a county commission network, how do we partner better with actual government agencies that maybe need to look differently at how they support young children and families raising these young children. So I'm excited that there is enough in this plan that can talk about that, and wanted to make sure that we highlight that for you all today.
Thank you. Any other folks on the line?
No.
Okay, thank you so much. Really appreciate the input. No additional comment in the room. Sacramento, in San Diego. So I will ask if the commissioners are ready. Is there a motion to approve the First Five California's 2025-2028 strategic plan? And if there is, if you can. Thank you so much. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you so much. We have a motion that's been first and seconded. Lisa, could you please call the roll?
Katie Albright.
I approve.
Amy Bobby.
I approve.
Lori Russo.
I approve.
Shayna Hazen.
I approve.
No, I wanted to do that approve at the end. That sounded more official. Thank you for following suit, everybody. Okay.
We have the potential chief counsel.
I know. We were crossing I's and T's. The motion unanimously carries. I will let everyone know also that the commissioners that aren't here today have reviewed this and And we've incorporated their feedback and thoughts. So congratulations to the entire team. And having you. We're excited. Thank you so much, Arabella, for all your amazing work. We really appreciate your partnership and your continued partnership on implementation. Super grateful.
It's our pleasure. Thank you.
Let's just go to lunch. Yeah, okay, we're gonna go to lunch. We're not gonna take the full hour because we didn't get to everything. So let's come back in 45 minutes, and we will come back to the financial report, and the consent agenda. And then I think we'll probably be up. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Stretch your legs for the next 45 minutes. Wait, hang on. We have one more.
To change it to 12, that will return that, we'll change it on.
Okay, we're gonna come back and start the meeting at 1. Thank you very much. Okay. Commissioner Hazen, are you ready if we start?
Yes.
2 minutes in the room and we will start. Terrific. I hope everyone enjoyed lunch. We are back in session. And we will go back to item number, what are we on? Number 3, the financial update. I'd like to welcome Marcia Thomas, the Fiscal Services Office Director, to present the financial update. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I almost said good morning, but good afternoon. So my presentation will be rather brief. We don't have any action items with any monetary value, so we're just going to go ahead and jump into the projections. These are the revenue projections from current fiscal year all the way to 28-29. So these numbers are projected numbers and not actuals. It could change before we meet again in August due to the May revise. The revenue projections have historically demonstrated a decline, obviously. So from May revise, which is in the blue, to current projections, which is in the orange, it's about a 10% decline, well, 9% probably. So let's see. The rate of the decline is caused by both intended and unintended factors, which we talked about before. One of those factors being the California's commitment to end tobacco usage in California, meaning fewer packs of cigarettes are being sold. These point-in-time projections include the Proposition 10 revenue, the CSET, the Prop 56 backfill, any interest revenues that are earned on the account, and then last, any adjustments to the fund, which would be CDTFA's administrative costs, statewide assessments, and what else? Yeah, we'll see it on the next slide. So I've adjusted the financial plan to reflect the current projections in orange.
Can I ask a question on that side? So are you saying that in January it was blue, and even in the last 6 months we've seen a decrease in the numbers?
Well, the blue is from May. Yeah.
Right, sorry.
Right, from May, and we just got the revenue projections not that long ago, so it is considered the point in time. But it'll definitely change in May. I don't know what it's gonna look like in May, but that it was about a 9% from what we got in May to what it is now.
Can I add, so you see the volatility of like well, we think we're gonna get this much in January, and then May comes around, it's a different amount, and then May comes around again, it goes up, and then go down, goes up, and goes
down. And then year to year, it'll start to stabilize, right? It'll be that 2 to 3% that we see.
So that's just a timing fluctuation. So we're seeing. Got it. Okay.
Yes. So these are the adjustments that I had mentioned on the previous slide. These adjustments include CDTFA's administrative costs, the annual backfill for the Prop 99 and breast cancer fund, and then any statewide assessments that are assessed to the fund, mainly pro rata. So CDTFA collects tax revenues and determines the amount transferred to state and county funds. Administrative costs are spread evenly over the course of the fiscal year, so it's not taken out all at once. They used to do it like maybe 3 times a year, but just to stabilize the transfers into the funds, they allocate it after, throughout the fiscal year. The Prop 99 and breast cancer fund, that backfill occurs annually. So it happens 1 time a year, usually when we get the Prop 56 backfill in like January, February. That backfill will happen to the Prop 10 funds before it transfers. And then the statewide assessment, that's assessed to the fund like 3 times a year. And that fluctuates as well. Is there any questions on this slide? No? Oh, I went way too far. All right, and then this is just for our projections, we saw it last time as well. I just adjusted it for the projections that just recently came in. So it went, you know, down slightly. Again, just the volatility of the slides. We've gotten the revenue in through February. It's just Proposition 10. It's not including anything else. It doesn't capture the Prop 56 or the CSET. It's just strictly focused on the monthly transfer since that's our primary revenue source. It is getting a little, I mean, it's still declining, but it's getting a little bit steadier, and that's kind of because of the allocation of the administrative costs. It doesn't come out in one lump sum. So this was just isolating the Prop 10 revenues again, since that's our primary revenue source, meaning that's what comes in monthly for us. And that was the previous slide as well. So for this fiscal year, the amount transferred to the state and county accounts was 132 million, which is about 11% decline from this time last fiscal year. Again, this is isolating just the Prop 10. It's not including the Prop 56 that we just got in. It's not including the CSET.
Marsha, can I ask just a clarifying question? Is that, so what does that mean? So what this represented number doesn't include XYZ things, so.
It's just capturing the Prop 10. So only the thing that comes in monthly, like that's what I was focused on this slide. Prop 56 is annually and it comes in separate. And that's usually to backfill the previous year's loss of revenue. So, but this is kind of what we look for every single month, what we're pretty dependent on, not to say Prop 56 isn't important because it is. But yeah, I just focused on that. Any other questions on this slide?
So there's actually more money when the Prop 56 actually comes in, correct?
So this one is just a projected to actuals from July 1st to current. And this is just capturing like the February revenue that we got. It's also including the Prop 56 backfill on this one. It also is including the CSET quarter 1 and 2. I did not include the Smith revenue because it's so, and that's interest revenues on the account, because it's so minimal. So we just capture that at year end. But as of right now, like just for the state fund, we've gotten in 43 million and our projected amount was 55 million.
And so by the end of the year, will you get the 55 million, or have you re-projected that it's actually more like 40? Like, where will it end at the end of the year, do you think?
It's hard to say because our fiscal year, like the last time that we'll get revenue for this fiscal year to close it out is usually about like September, October.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll have a better idea by the time we get the May revise, you know, hopefully. Like, I don't anticipate us getting it when the actual revision comes out, but by the time we do get it, we should be able to kind of see what our revenues look like and if it's going to materialize or not. And we'll definitely have a better idea for the budget retreat. The last slide is just kind of talking about what's upcoming. So we're getting prepared for the August budget retreat, where we'll have more discussions around deployment revenues, historical and projected trends, as well as future investments. With declining revenues, a new budgeting process is necessary. Therefore, in the next coming months, we'll be working with the Fiscal and Audit Advisory to present something different to the Commission in August. That was my short update. Any questions?
Any commissioners, Vice Chair Hazen?
Yeah, this is just a quick one going back to the last slide with the projections to actuals. Is the projection for the entire fiscal year, or is that the projection for where we expected to be at this point?
So it's the projection for the entire fiscal year. And it's including all the revenue sources. So it's including the Prop 10, the Prop 56, the CSET, Smith, taking out all the adjustments that we think are going to happen. And so that would be the 55 million is what we kind of anticipate for the fiscal year.
So I guess my question is, where did we project to be at this point? So I'm trying to figure out how far off are we from that projection, if the 55 is where we expect to be by the end of December. Or the end of June, I guess. Are we?
Yeah, I didn't even like work that out. I'm not, yeah, I'd have to bring that back.
Yeah, if you could just share that as a follow-up, that would be really helpful.
Okay.
And I guess the date, and I guess just for clarity, so are these numbers through March? What's the date for is the actuals through February?
So the bottom, the actuals to date, is everything that we've received for Prop 10 from July to February.
Yeah,
Then
so
it's
knowing
annual backfill. Right?
Yes, so knowing what the projection was for July through February, because maybe we're not so far off as it looks here, since this is looking for the entire fiscal year.
Yeah, and this is also the adjusted amount. It's not what we started the fiscal year with. It's basically updated for the projections that we just noted. But I can definitely get back to it.
Thank you.
And I think what I'm hearing Vice Chair Hazen seek is sort of a more point in time assessment around what our projections are point in time to where we're actual point in time. And then if you go to the next slide, this gets into some of the work that I know the whole commission, but in particular the Fiscal Advisory Commission is taking a look at. And so I wanted just to ask Commissioner Rizzo to talk about your amazing work on that.
Good afternoon again. So we met Friday, April 11th. A few highlights to share.
I was just thinking, go to the next.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
We reviewed recent point in time revenue projections and the decline from year to year, which will be what was presented today. These projections are estimates of future revenues and may be updated prior to the August budget retreat due to the May revise. First Five California staff is currently working closely with the Fiscal and Audits Advisory Committee to evolve their budgeting practices and policies, moving towards an annual budget presentation. We began the conversations last Friday, and staff will present a preliminary assessment to the Fiscal and Audit Advisory in May for review and feedback. We will have ongoing discussions in preparation for the August budget retreat, where staff will present the outcome of those.
Thank you so much. Any other questions, comments from the commission? Any questions, comments, public comment in the room? I see one in the room. Do we have any in San Diego? Any members of the public interested in speaking? Vice Chair Hazen in San Diego? And what about online?
None.
No, okay, 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, members of the Commission. Pablo Macdessian with the First Five Association. Thank you again, Marcia and her staff for putting together yet again another robust financial update. I have one technical comment on the fund summary, fund condition summary, and one general comment about the upcoming retreat in August for the Commission. The technical comment is that in the fund condition summary, I noticed that the resilience initiative and SPCFA are combined into one budget line item. Yeah, it would be great to separate them out in future fund condition summaries just to have more clarity and tracking ability for each of those investments. And then the second comment I had is the association is really eager to learn and really happy to learn that the commission is looking at an August retreat that also looks at an annual budget development process. We continue to recommend that a budget approval process be adopted by the commission so that when funding approvals don't come to this commission in isolation, and this commission and the public has a chance to weigh all the priorities that the commission is also weighing with the funding priorities. For example, how does the commission and public know that if an investment in a new program may or may not be paid for by a reduction or elimination in another program, unless you're seeing it all in one place and approving it annually? Every county, first five, has the same accrual-based fiscal challenges that the first five commission does. And so they all approve their annual budgets, and some have semi-annual budget approvals as well. I say that just to offer up any support that we can provide to your team, Marcia, the entire commission, on what setting up an annual budget approval process, given our funky income and revenue streams look like, how that could be supported by us. So offer that support to the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public in Sacramento? None in San Diego? None. Anyone on the phone?
No.
No. Okay, terrific. Thank you so much. Appreciate the report and the work ahead. Appreciate that. We'll now move on to our regular agenda. Protocol for action items include staff presentations. Obviously, we heard the earlier strategic plan report, questions from the state commission, public comment, deliberation, and voting by the state commission. There'll be 3 minutes per person during this section, similar to our other previous public comments. And I will turn now to the consent agenda. The consent calendar is a wonderful tool by any governance bodies, and it also requires that we do things in a regular way. So items on the consent calendar typically include prior commission meeting minutes and ratifications of contracts that were either previously approved by the commission or fall at or below the $150,000 threshold established by commission bylaws. Consent items are to be considered routine and will be enacted by one motion followed by a vote. There'll be no separate discussion of these items unless commissioners request specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion and action. Any agenda item removed will be voted on the after following the motion to approve the consent agenda. As a reminder regarding ratifications, and we have a couple on this particular consent agenda, the California Children and Families bylaws state the first five California Executive Director and the Chief Deputy Director have delegated authority from the commission to enter into or amend contracts of $150,000 or less that are deemed necessary and appropriate to carry out the provision and purpose of the California Commission and the California Children and Families Act. For all contracts in excess of $150,000, after the commission has authorized expenditures of such contracts, the commission delegated to the executive director and his or her designee the authority to award and enter into such contracts. Once executed, all agreements in excess of $5,000 must be ratified by the commission. And we have a couple of those on this ratification. I want to open it up and ask if any commissioners would like to pull an item. Seeing none, I do not want to pull an item, but I've asked the director to specifically talk about the rescue agency public benefit contract that's up for ratification. So I'll turn it over to Director Wong and then call for a motion.
Absolutely. I believe I went over this in my ED report. I wasn't sure, did staff prepare document for you as well, Commissioner Bobby? So I'll turn it over to you, and I'm happy to review the slides. And I apologize, yes, for the PEO. I apologize for not having done that earlier. So there was so much joy in clapping that I think we just went through all the things. So yeah.
So the Public Education and Outreach Advisory Committee had a meeting, and First Five California staff provided a media campaign update with a new multimedia public education and outreach contract, sharing the creative development up to this point. Additionally, staff shared what creative is going to be live currently in all counties, including San Diego, who received the Wave 1 creative from 2023 until they are caught up with the rest of California and the messaging they're receiving. First Five California Rescue Agency are currently in the process of developing creative messaging for Wave 3 creative, which is expected to be developed this summer. Staff discussed supporting messaging such as social media, outdoor digital, and the First Five tour. The tour will center around county requests and other events built in and around these requests where possible, Finally, staff discussed the possibility of PEO committee members serving as spokespeople for the campaign and offered media training in English and other preferred languages. And we also discussed partnerships with the Kings, the Billboards, the Dodgers. And we also discussed ways to increase outreach to more communities, such as using Spanish-speaking media and popular shows and rodeos.
Rodeos.
Yeah.
Talk about
And
rodeo.
we also said military air shows is another way to reach out to kids that we're not serving. And we had opportunity to view how the creatives evolved, first gen, second gen, third. So thank you.
We have a comment from the audience about the A's. They will all be the Oakland A's to me, but in this commission. So in any case, thank you, Abo. I thought it would be important to, again, just in case for this, as a reminder, as we adopt this, is that once the commission actually provides approval authority up to a dollar amount, that's delegated authority to actually enter into a contract. I think when our chief counsel gets on board, I think we might want to modify our statement about what the consent is, because it says, I think there's some clarification that would benefit from that. So, and as safeguards for the public, as we know that this is 17% less. And there are fund clauses that allow us to exit out of these, these contracts when deemed necessary. So I'm not sure if there's other things that we want to address. The authority allows us to streamline procurement. We have limit authority, and to cap at a certain threshold. So, and this is well within compliance of our state agency regulatory bodies. So I'm not sure if there's anything else we want to add to, different from before.
Sorry to interrupt, and we have a couple folks on the phone. Let me just understand. So in October, we approved 57 million. The team obviously met with the advisory committee. You guys did your own work, RFP, and now you're wanting us to ratify a contract that is within the scope of the 57 million, 47 million, and
that has already been awarded.
That's already been awarded.
Through a competitive bidding process and within the state guidelines of our control agencies.
Thank you so much.
Yes, there's transparency and all that. It has to be competitive bidding. There was local voice. I mean, again, because we have NDAs, we can't tell you who was involved completely in the scoring, but there was county voice in the RFP processes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that clarification. I think we have, so before our motion, we'll take public comment. Any public comment in the room? Any public comment in San Diego? I think we have 2 people on the phone or Zoom.
I'll bring them in. Samantha Bond.
And you have 3 minutes for public comment.
Thank you. Samantha Bond, Executive Director, First 5 Lake. I just have 2 kind of clarifying questions. One, this item, agreement of ratification, is being removed from the consent agenda, correct?
No, this is part of the consent agenda.
Okay,
we just did a presentation ahead of the motion.
Yeah, so I'd like to have it removed from the consent agenda since we're having comment and discussion on it. And then the second question I had is around this RFP that's happening with Rescue Agency. Does that include subcontractors with Rescue Agency, or is this solely with them as an entire entity?
Thank you. Next speaker.
We had someone and then they lowered their hand, so that is it at the moment.
Okay, terrific. So this is a adjustment from our original rules. We went back and looked at parliamentary protocol in terms of who can remove items from the agenda. It's the commission, it's our agenda. We can remove items from the agenda. We've seen a request from the public to ask us to remove items from the agenda. Does any commissioner wish to remove this item from the agenda? Okay, seeing none, is there any additional public comment on approval of the consent agenda? I don't know if the former, I would allow the former member of the public to say anything else because we are not removing this item from the agenda. So if they want to come back and speak, they didn't use their full 3 minutes.
Correct. Samantha Vaughn, did you want to just raise your hand if you did?
Okay, seeing none, we'll go forward. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
A motion to approve the consent calendar.
Thank you so much. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you so much. Lisa, could you do the honors of please calling roll?
Yes. Katie Albright,
Aye.
Lori Russo,
Aye.
Amy Bernardino Bobbitt,
Aye.
Shayna Hazen.
Aye.
Thank you so much. We have approved the consent agenda unanimously. I appreciate that, or the consent calendar unanimously. We will now go on to item number 6, which is approval of the fiscal year 2025-2026 annual guidelines and revisions to the fiscal year 2023-2024 annual report. As I said at the top of the meeting, we're going to take this in 2 separate motions for consideration by the commission. The first is approval of the fiscal year 2025-2026 annual report guidelines. And the second is for revisions to the fiscal year 2023-2024 annual report. I'd like to welcome and thank you for being here, Dr. Dominguez Brinkley, Deputy Director of Program Innovation and Evaluation, to present the annual report item. Thank you. Oh, I'm so sorry. My mistake. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Rizzo first. We're then going to turn it over to Dr. Dominguez Brinkley.
Hey, so, more meeting updates, so, impact, update. This is the 3rd year, request for application was released. The RFA was released on Wednesday, April 9th. 98 participants, attended a webinar on Friday, April 11th, and 15 letters of intent were already submitted at the time of the meeting. RFA office hours will continue in April 2025, and First 5 California will remain available to all impact grantees during the RFA process. New parent education kit update. The establishment of a work group was discussed, and diverse partners across California that have been invited to participate to inform upcoming requests for proposal. The work group was established as a result of listening sessions and county feedback. First 5 California is working in partnership with First 5 Association on the work group. 2025 annual report guidelines and revised AR report update. The annual report guidelines have been revised to make technical modifications. First 5 California emphasized the importance of counties meeting the October 13th deadline to allow sufficient time for analysis and development of the report to meet statute requirement. Training and office hours will be provided to support counties in completing the report and the meeting the October 31st deadline. That's it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Rizzo. Good afternoon. I'm gonna get started. There we go. I think Commissioner Rizzo did a beautiful job in outlining what we'll be discussing, but just to underscore a couple of points, we're gonna go over the annual report guidelines, and we did some few technical modifications and refinements, but as you guys know, the process is to really go through those adjustments. They're minor in our view, and these are adjustments taken from the feedback that we got from the training last year, and some of the office hours, and also one-on-one feedback from the county, just to help modify, and then also from just direct emails that we had. We'll go over time frames, and then we'll go over next steps. As you all know, this is an annual sort of renewal of the guidelines. It's on statute from Prop 210, and we're approving a year ahead. So, but the October 31st deadline is on statute that everyone has to comply. We really want to underscore that it's really critical for all of us to meet that deadline, because really it helps us with a full review process, but also for accountability. It allows us to really describe and meet our obligations to the legislators, because those timelines are non-negotiable for us. It really allows us to report on all the beautiful work and the hard work that you guys are doing at the local level, and really showcase the outcomes. And also too, allows us to provide numbers. It allows us to tell a story with numbers, but really overall to tell the beautiful story that First Five has together. As you guys know, as I'm saying, the legislator is our primary audience here, but the commission as well, and as well as your local commissions, but also other state partners and philanthropy and other partners that we're trying to engage, as we have outlined in our strategic plan earlier today. Couple of things is that we wanted to kind of just go over some of the reporting stuff that we've wanted to improve and make some modifications, and I'm just going to go into the specific technical updates. One thing I still want to underscore, and we really want to thank again the 21 counties, that APR will continue to be on the AR portal. As you guys know, those questions are already in place from your current RFA, so that will continue. And we will continue to work with you guys one-on-one, but also through the trainings to make sure that you guys can submit that information. We also think that next year we can even make more improvements to make that even more leaner and make it easier for you all to report. But I just want to underscore that that still will continue as a practice, and we had a really good experience with the submissions last year. Trying to keep my timeframes together. So I wanted to go over the modifications or refinements that we're doing. One is on the race ethnicity data collection. So now we've added a prefix of non-Hispanic on the classifications of Black and African American and white. And as you guys remember, when we presented the data in January, there was some numbers, they were really small that we couldn't really fully aggregate or tease out. This would allow us to really have explicitly distinguish between the groups. So this will help us on the, not only on the data collection, but also on the analysis and also on the reporting, to kind of fine tune that. This was an issue that the counties brought forward to us, and we were able to see that when the submissions came in. So thank you to the counties, and so we made that modification. The other county feedback that we got was adding the Tagalog language as a primary language spoken at home. So we've added that. It's one of the 12 primary languages here in California. So thank you for that comment. We made that contribution. So those are from the race, ethnicity, and language elements. And participants will continue to self-identify as they've been doing last year as well. So those were the two. The other part that we wanted to help the counties really, because of the type of system that we have, as I don't know if you guys really understand our system, but it's a SQL. And this type of system really allows us to have sort of like a hybrid aspect. So the valuation questions are the same. It's none of the full ask has changed. What we wanted to do is provide some built-in technical assistant in how counties submit the information for us to be able to aggregate the data and segment that data for our analysis. This really is more of functionality and would allow a more consistent response across all counties. And it really would allow us to improve the visibility of the county work. And also too, it's alignment of the strategic plan. This function is more of a functionality. We have a year ahead to kind of go through with the counties and sort of work it out. We want to kind of pilot test this with a couple of counties as we get ready for the 25-26. But this slight modification will really help in how the data is received and inputted, and for us to have that analysis. We also share the raw data with the association, so I think they would benefit from us collecting the data this way for us to really segment how like the results, the findings, all the different outcomes that counties do. And we will provide the current version, but we'll also provide the prompt version, so it will be a hybrid approach. Just a couple of next steps. We really wanna make sure and underscore that the October 31st deadline we wanna continue to honor that. We need to stand by that because it really allows us to have a lot of good quality control processes. And internally for us, when we obtain the data, sometimes there's a little bit of back and forth with some of the counties. Last year, when we received the data, we're crunching numbers within a month. It doesn't really give us enough time. So we really need the data October 31st, because that would allow us 2 full months, but it really allows us to go back to the counties and have that one-on-one TA. We did have quite a few counties that we were able to do TA. As we're building a research team, we'll be able to maximize that type of support for the counties. We recognize that every county is run differently in how they collect the data. Some of them have their own researchers, some of them don't. So we want to make sure that we give enough time, but we also are available for them to provide that type of quality control. This summer, we want to kick off as early as June or July. We want to start doing trainings for all the counties and have office hours, and then obviously have that one-on-one interaction with them in terms of getting feedback or making sure that they understand how to submit their data. We will continue to communicate with all the counties. There's always room for improvement. But as we're building up our team, and as I joined the First Five team, we're learning more about how we can make improvements for this annual report data collection, but also for the analysis and the report. So it's really a 4-pronged process. We feel now we're a little bit more equipped to provide the counties that better rich TA, and now we'll continue to have. So those are kind of the next steps that we have. Obviously for today, we presenting the AR guidelines that's posted online. We really encourage you all to review it. We're happy to take any questions or, work with you all. The deadline for submission that will be on October 31st. And then we'll review the data 25, and so we can present that data. And then the other item that we wanted to kind of bring forward to you, and we want to thank the counties helping us, is that we learned that the current fiscal year 23-24 annual report had some corrections that needed to be made. Some were technical, some were fiscal, and some were related to the system. So we've made those modifications, and that's been posted also on the agenda item. But just wanted to kind of highlight those 2 big pieces. I know I spent a lot more time on the guidelines, and the annual report revised is posted online as well. With that said,
Can I evaluate due date for the 25-26 is October 2026. So just a point of clarification. Sorry that slipped. And data review will be November 26th. Yeah. So just wanted the key timeframes is just about a year off. So we're not a couple months from the year after for these. I also, in regards to the revision to the AR report, I know that there are a lot of counties who are wondering if they need to go back to their commissions. It is not our expectation that you have already adopted the original annual report from the Department of Commission. We're Department of Early Childhood. I'll just name that. I'll put that on the world. Is that it's not necessarily our expectation for you to come back with a revision as a compliance tool, because I just wanted to kind of name that outright. And so as long as you've had at least one local commission meeting to review it as it's outlined in the statute from our lens, that is sufficient. I know people are a little bit stressing now what's going to happen. So I just wanted to alleviate that extra administrative work.
Thank you. Lots of information here. I do want to open it up to public comment to see if any counties had any questions to the association. In particular, what the director just mentioned in terms of some of the changes, and to note that this is due in October 2026. Any members of the public? How many do we have in the room? Okay, and how many members of the public online? Three?
Nope,
Two?
we have 3 now.
And then how many members in San Diego, if any? None. Okay, 3 minutes for public comment.
Thank you, Chair and members of the commission. Abu Makdessian. The changes that are proposed in the annual report for next fiscal year may be minor from staff's point of view. However, after looking into some of the changes to the evaluation section of the AR3 and the county highlights, we recognize that it's a pretty significant shift going from an open-ended question to provide evaluation methodology and county highlights to a more prompt-based, here are 5 questions that you must answer in very specific order. That may not have been the intent, but that's how it reads on paper. And so while we heard from Martha that this is to support functionality of the reporting, and there may be also just merit in having a lot more consistent prompts. We feel that the counties have not had enough time to be in dialogue with First Five Commission about these changes in this section of the annual report. The statute does call very specifically out to make sure any changes in the annual report are done in consultation with counties. To staff's credit, the association did receive a heads up on these changes, but unfortunately we couldn't respond to their timeline to let know that this is a potential area that we're concerned about. So with that, I would ask the commission to consider leaving the current open-ended AR3 questions as is, and using the time that we have between now and the next time we come back to the commission to work through what are some of the evaluation prompts and questions that the commission is looking for. Because like I said, there likely is merit to being more uniform. However, we would benefit from a lot more discussion, both practically and also based on what the statute tells us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Tom Say from First Five Mendocino. Just to kind of further support what Abu mentioned regarding the rigidity, there is a lot more rigidity around AR3, which would be an administrative burden to small counties, especially who don't have a huge evaluation team. And Martha, to your credit, like the STA is available, but then that's administrative time that's going to be needed to attend those instead of doing the work that's needed for the rest of the reporting. So just things to consider. Also further to the statute, the statute in the code 13010 part A really emphasizes that local decision-making. And so, in greater flexibility in designing delivery systems and to eliminate duplicate administrative systems. So this feels like a very duplicative administrative system. As well as statute 130150, section A, the state commission shall develop report formats in consultation with the county commissions. And I think that in this report, in this recommendation, it should have a statement of how that collaboration looks, just as a kind of cover all bases regarding the statute. And so I would just support the recommendation by Axel. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 or 3 people, 3 people in the public Zoom queue.
Samantha Bond.
Thank you. I just want to echo what both my colleague and Abu at the association stated around this needing to be in collaboration with county commissions and really having that be designed. While I do appreciate that it was sent to the association, it was not sent to the first 5 executive directors across the county that these changes may be coming down to this commission. And as Townley had mentioned, it will create a little bit more of an administrative burden. It also doesn't lend the flexibility that the current open-ended questions gives in terms of allowing us to comment more thoroughly on our systemic work that we all are trying to do outside of just the basic numbers in the AR1 and 2 that you see that are very prescribed. And so having further discussion with us before approving this, I think would be really beneficial to this commission and to the next year's annual report and future ones as well.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Teresa.
Hello. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Good afternoon. This is Teresa Zagara, the Director of First Five San Francisco. And this coming fall will, I think, be my 18th year of completing an annual report for First Five California. So have extensive experience doing these reports. And so a couple of things to just highlight. I can definitely appreciate the benefits that can come from having prompts. There is a way that the prompts can make things not only more standardized, but easier. Having reviewed these particular prompts, I have two main concerns. One of them is, and this is from the end of completing the report. So to just put you in the shoes of someone trying to complete one of these narratives with all of the data and information that we have at our hands from our grantees throughout the course of a year. And so one of the issues is the repetitiveness of those prompting questions. And so there's, for example, a few different places where those prompting questions ask about measurable change. And so where are we to describe the actual data results? Are we to describe them in multiple places over and over and over again? Those kinds of prompts that are not clearly distinguished from one another make it very challenging to organize our responses. The other thing that makes it incredibly challenging and frustrating is the character limit. Every one of these prompts has 1,000 character limit. And so they are extensive questions. And so beyond the just the work that it takes to compile the information needed for these prompts, to then have to fit complex evaluation and data responses into a character limit is very difficult, very difficult. That can take an additional hour or several hours to take what you've drafted and then fit it into a character limit. I recognize that there needs to be character limits, but I think we really need to work together to figure out what the prompts exactly are asking, each one, and what is the appropriate character limit that will allow us to give you the information that you need without experiencing rewrite after rewrite after rewrite and the inability to do it within character limits. And then lastly, just speaking on behalf of the small counties, there was a time when we were very, very small completing these reports. I was the only one doing it. The thing that makes it possible for us, for a smaller county, to complete these reports is the lack of major changes year over year. So I also just want to impress upon you that this is a major change, and to give a lot of lead time, especially for small counties, to be able to make these adaptations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Fabiola.
Yeah, hi everyone, Fabiola with Fresno County First Five. I just wanted to point out, I know it's public comment, so just areas for you, for staff to think through. One of the prompts, the new prompts that we're reading through in terms of the requirements, and I'm echoing, or I want to make sure that I underline everything that was shared before. But one of the prompts says, please share 3 to 5 key programs you provide to the community. And I want to make sure that remind commissioners that many of us First Fives do not actually have programs. We're a lot more behind the scenes. Systems change work. So it'll be very hard for us to be specific about one program and then in 1 year tell you how it measurably met the community's needs within the 1,000 character limit. There's also a lot of things in here about how the data was collected and analyzed, and sampling techniques and data gaps. It feels like you are asking for a lot more specific things with minimum or a maximum character limit. And I understand also the standardized part. I think we're going from open-ended to now more standardized, but I would encourage staff and all of you to know that this will take more time. And then this, in addition, just also underlining, this is evaluation that all of us, all 58 county commissions have to do. So when you're thinking about evaluation, anything for the small counties, remember that everyone is required to do this. So having us think that it's important to also have them do a separate type of evaluation is duplicative of what you're wanting to do. And so encouraging staff to circle back with counties to make sure that it's not a big burden or it's not a super, super huge change that we won't be able to meet given the new changes.
Thank you. Any other members of the public?
Yes, Melody Easton.
Thank you so much, and a huge thank you to my colleagues who always uplift the concerns of small counties. I really appreciate them. Two quick notes. It would be really helpful moving forward if there was a way that we could reference maybe frequently asked questions that come up during those office hours, because aside from the training opportunity, if folks are calling in and asking questions or have expressed that a change like this would be helpful, it would be great to be able to track that and see where that's originating from. And then the second point is that this is going to be a lot of information, as others have said, a lot of information for us to put in. However, in looking at the annual report from this past year, it doesn't look like the evaluation practices from the counties are really explicitly outlined. And so I'm curious how the staff and the state commission would use all of this information in uplifting in the annual report, or how that would be used moving forward. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public?
No.
Okay, thank you. So we have two motions in front of us, or two actions that we need to move forward on. One is approve the 2025-2026 annual report guidelines. And the second is to approve revisions to the 2023-2024 annual report. I'm just gonna, actually, we haven't had commissioners' conversation. So I have a comment, but let me open it up to other commissioners.
I don't have any comments right now. I took copious notes of what they said, so I'm just trying to process.
Commissioner Hazen.
Thank you. I do appreciate the feedback we heard about word count, and I'm wondering if there's any concern from staff in making that a little more flexible and opening that up, or if there was intentionality around that specific limit.
I'm gonna invite Dr. Dominguez briefly to stay and put in while we can close out this item.
Yeah,
So,
and I think maybe let me give my comments also, and then have Dr. Dominguez Brinkley go into more detail about it. So we are under a time constraint. We have to approve this today, otherwise it is going to create significant pressures on everyone. So Director Wong has a very thoughtful suggestion that I'll turn it over to Director Wong to, I think, address some of the concerns that were raised. I will say one more paragraph, which is I worked in an organization where I was a grantee of First Five. And so I very, very much appreciate my partnership with San Francisco Director Teresa Zagara. And I just am smiling at the fact that your grantees are saying the same thing about evaluation and requirements for their report. So I totally understand where you are coming from in this. And I think the director has a thoughtful approach to go forward.
I think that we can spend some more time generally and commit to a conversation, because I was mentioning July 1, 2025 is in a couple of months from now. So we need to be clear with how we are going to capture the data. I will defer to Dr. Dominguez Brinkley about the 1,000 word count. I guess is probably yes, but that's a different kind of evaluation consideration. And so my recommendation to the commission is to, as you have in the past, is to approve these with a conversation, the possibility of keeping possibly the data collection as is, or some sort of hybrid approach. But that requires a deeper conversation with the counties and with the association. So I feel like we have been successful in the past with those types of motions, and we, as you've seen over the course of January in this meeting. So my recommendation is to adopt with the caveat that we will go back and in deeper conversation with the counties. And my guess is hoping there could be a compromise of sorts of hybrid.
So it's really delegating authority. So the thing that we would do as a commission would be to delegate authority to the team to work with the association, and if as appropriate, work with the program committee in terms of some of these changes. It would not come back. We would have approved it. But I noticed when the 1,000-word count came up, you nodded your head in agreement. Do you want to just talk about that one specific?
Yeah, so right now, so the current AR for this fiscal year just allows counties 4,000 words collectively, like they cannot add anything else. For this iteration, we actually added 2,000 more characters, so now it's about 6,000 characters. If you look at the entire sort of prompt or hybrid approach, we actually were thinking of potentially expanding some of them to 1,500 or 2,000, and I think that goes back to Director Wong. We're happy to have that conversation to kind of understand what is the right amount. What we have learned though, what we see is a lot of counties submit 3 or 4 sentences and leave a lot of things out. But then there's some more robust counties that do have a special evaluation that do have the opportunity to complete that. The character limit is something that we could definitely work with. We can expand that and we can increase that, or we can work with the counties to see what is the right number. The way it's set up, or what we were recommending, is really to prompt them from a TA perspective so they can complete each element in the evaluation summary section, as opposed to just one lump sum, because then they miss the opportunity to highlight their work. So that's not a problem. And that we have control of that because we're very fortunate that we have an IT team that works really closely with the research team, so we can make those modifications.
Thank you. Any other comments from the commissioners? And Vice Chair Hazen, does that answer your question in terms of the character piece?
Yeah, and I think as long as we're flexible and not so rigid on that feels good to me.
Thank you. So could I get the following motion? Or anything that anyone else wants to move, but as a chair, I'd love somebody else to make the motion. I move to approve the first 5 California fiscal year 2025-2026 annual report guidelines, and delegate to the director any revisions to the evaluation section in conversations with the association.
So moved. I will make that motion.
Thank you. Is there a second? If I could turn it over to Lisa to do the roll call.
Yes, Katie Albright.
Aye.
Lori Risso.
Aye.
Amy Bernardino Bobby.
Aye.
Shayna Hazen.
Aye.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So we have the second half of this agenda item is a motion to approve revisions to the first 5 California's fiscal year 2023-2024 annual report, as was presented by the director, Martha Dominguez Brinkley. Could I call for a motion to approve that? Could I call for a motion? Sorry, I'm getting late in the day.
I'll motion.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. If I could ask Lisa to call the roll.
Yes, Katie Albright.
Aye.
Lori Risso.
Aye.
Amy Bernardino Bobby.
Aye.
Shayna Hazen.
Aye.
Thank you so much. We have now concluded the regular agenda. We're moving on to action items. We're moving on to information items. In this section, California's first 5 staff will present information items and no action will be taken by the commission. But before we do, everyone, I know we just had lunch, but everyone stand up and just do a little stretch. Little trauma-informed break. And we are back on 5. I don't know what the weather is like in San Diego, but it is coming more beautiful in Sacramento.
Yeah, it's
More beautiful and more full of allergies for those that are experiencing that.
yeah. It doesn't look very San Diego here, I will tell you. It's a little chillier than normal.
Okay, well, this is exciting. We are on item number 7, the state and federal budget and legislative update. I have the privilege of serving on the Public Policy Advisory Council, and on April 2nd, we met and received a comprehensive update on First Five's California's legislative priorities, government relations, activities, community engagement efforts, and the 2025 state budget proposal and federal policy developments. As you can imagine, it was a complex report in a very complex time that we live in. And I appreciate the work of Jorge de la Cruz, the First Five California Deputy Director of External and Government Affairs. Thank you for your leadership during this time and your updates. And I'll turn it over to you to share for the rest of the committee.
Thank you, Commissioner. Hello, Commissioners. Hello, Director. Hello, everyone. I also want to extend a thanks to the rest of the EGA team and everyone, the whole leadership team that supports this very tough time in legislative and governmental affairs. I also want to thank Alo and the association and partnership that, we have conversations that we consistently have. She's not here, but Courtney, honestly, great communication. And the counties for your guys' feedback and encountering each other and supporting each other during advocacy days and other moments. So thank you for that. Today I'm going to provide a legislative update. Try to keep it as brief as I can so we can talk about these important issues. Government relations update, community engagement update, state budget update, and a federal update. So starting with the legislative update, I'm proud to announce that we, after very long sessions analyzing hundreds and hundreds of bills, we have shrunk down. We've identified a list of bills that we are calling the North Star bills. It's a set of 9 bills that are directly tied into our North Star and the basic goal. And this is again the focus bills, but we're tracking, keeping track of a larger list, a little over 70 bills that may pertain to or tie in directly to the children or families. But the 9 that we're going to talk about today are directly tied into our North Star and our nation's goal. North Star, again, healing centers, trauma-informed systems, promoting safe, stable, and nurturing relationships and environments necessary for children's healthy development. And our nation's goal that in a generation, all children 0 to 5 will have a safe, stable, nurturing relationships and environments. What a goal to have in these moments. The bills that we've identified as our North Star bills are as follows. We'll start with some of them that are healing centered and trauma-informed. AB 29, Rambla, ACEs trauma screenings. AB 73 by Assemblymember Jackson, Black Mental Health Navigator certification. SB 626 by Senator Smallwood Cuevas, prenatal mental health screenings and treatment. And then we have a set of 6 that are focused on safe, stable, nurturing environments. AB 55 by Assemblymember Bonta, alternative birth centers. AB 607 by Assemblymember Rodriguez, CalWorks, home visiting program. AB 752, Assemblymember Avila Farias, child daycare facilities. AB 1025, Assemblymember Pellerin, standby guardianship of minors. AB 1261 by Assemblymember Bonta, unaccompanied undocumented minors, rights to legal counsel. And SB 669 by Senator McGuire, rural hospitals, standby prenatal medical services. And again, although these are the quote unquote, high priority bills tied into our North Star and Nation's goal, we're tracking all bills and budget items related to early childhood education and health, including a focus on ACEs. Making sure that we're, again, tracking everything and anything related to the work that we do here in the families and the communities that we serve. Moving forward to our government relations update. Before I move on, any questions? the commissioners, no? Government relations update. We continue with our government relations, by having legislative engagement and advocacy. Some examples are participating in committee supports, for example, SB 98, which is a notice of enforcement at schools. Notice that this is not a North Star bill, but we're still engaging as much as we can and involving ourselves as much as we can in supporting bills that, again, support the communities that we serve. AB 73, Black mental health navigators and other key legislation. We have been again, participating in those committee hearings and voicing our support. We've also briefly testified at Assembly Budget Subcommittees. We've helped advocate for AB 49, which is enforcement at daycare, and engaged in early childhood and equity-focused policy discussions, multiple summits, conferences, roundtables, etc. Wanted to save some time for mentioning all of them. Here are some pictures. You guys know I'm a big fan of pictures. Just showcasing some of the members. We've been meeting with a lot of the new members as well, from both sides of the aisle, because we gotta have a conversation that, again, brings everyone to the table for the best decisions for our children. So here we are with Assemblymember Castillo, Assemblymember Stefani, Assemblymember Solache, Assemblymember Sharp Collins, Assemblymember Avila Farias, and Assemblymember Garcia. So just to showcase a few. We've also been participating and continuing our participation in federal policy engagement by taking some meetings, Hill meetings in Washington, D.C. with the California delegation. We've shared priorities at the 2025 NACI Public Policy Forum. Opposed elimination of U.S. Department of Education when that was happening. Advocated for Medicaid protections and will continue to do so. Supported childcare and early learning protections. Again, just to name a few actions. And more pictures. Here we are with Director Wong and the EGA team in DC, Capitol Hill. We have pictures of one of the roundtables and discussions that we had with Jimmy Gomez, and of course, Director Wong participating in the early care and education advocacy briefing with Jimmy Gomez and some other of our partners. We have CCRC there and others. So after we showcase that. Meetings with Congress members. There we have Adam Gray on the left. We have Desaulniers in the middle, and then Calvert's staff all the way on the right. More pictures of more staffers and members. Again, big fan of the pictures. Also tied in very closely to government relations and public relations, community engagement. It's crucial for us to continue advocating for 0 to 5 and their families. Some of the leadership engagement that we participated in is attending the Vallejo First 5 Centers 5-year anniversary with Director Wong, and then we saw Commissioner Fabi there as well supporting. It was such a wonderful event, and the place is, if you haven't had a chance to visit it, I highly recommend you do. The First 5 Association Annual Summit participation, where we had a chance to talk and communicate with counties from all 58, have conversations, hear out, concerns and projects, and analyze ways that we can continue collaborating. So great summit. Again, congratulations on holding a great summit. With the CDTFA Women's History Month live stream appearance, Director Wong, always doing a great job with those. And then also staffing Director Wong celebrating of AAPI women state officials. We've also created some initiatives, including the 2025 Champions for Children Awards event. If you want to see a event wrap-up video, it's on the First 5 California LinkedIn, so feel free to go check that out. Also on March 4th here at First 5 California, we held the Day of Action advocacy staff training by listening to First Off California staff, they wanted to learn more about how they could also advocate for the programs that are at stake. And so we held a voluntary training that staff participated in. Also, we've held a live stream called the Navigating Immigration, Protections and Rights for Children and Families, where we had we had a little over 170 organizations and departments participate. And then we had a little over 700 requests for the recording, which we've shared. It's posted on the CCFC website as well. Now, the budget, the California state budget. Before I continue with this, I want to clarify that this is going to be this report. This report is pending the May revise, so it may all change. The governor's January 10th, 2025 budget touched on transitional kindergarten, TK literacy, and summer and after school programs, amongst others. The budget completes the 4-year phase-in for the new TK program. The budget also provides $1.5 billion to lower the student to teacher ratio from 12:1 to 10:1 in every TK classroom. The budget also would double the $500 million for literacy coaches appropriated in 2 recent budgets and enable the funding to include math coaches. It also includes $40 million for training and materials to begin annual universal screening of K through 2nd graders for potential learning challenges and $5 million to launch Literacy Network. Under the governor's budget, the state will extend the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program for grades TK through 6 for districts where 55% of students are low-income students, English learners, or students in foster care. That will require an additional $435 million. Until now, funding was for only districts with 75% or more qualifying students. We continue to closely monitor developments that may impact the California budget, and again, we're awaiting the May revise. So it may not change. Now, moving on to our federal update. Pardon my switching of documents here. A lot of changing and updating as we progress through the day. Believe it or not, there was some breaking news actually right before lunch, so I'll get to that. So federal update. Programs, policies, and rights affected. As we know, dismantling of the Department of Education, 3 cases as of yesterday were filed against that from California, filing these cases to challenge. Immigration, legal aid to unaccompanied children, birthright citizenship, sanctuary refugee or resettlement programs. We'll talk about that a little later today. Actually, as of this morning, it's 15 cases filed to challenge those programs and the policies being slashed. Equity, diversity, and inclusion, we have 7 cases filed to challenge those programs that have been slashed by the federal administration. Federal employee job losses. As of April 1st, 2025, about 60,000 workers were laid off or fired. In some cases, the administration has rescinded layoff notifications, but that changes on a weekly basis. The Department of Education has reduced its workforce by nearly 2,000 people. Lawmakers and union representatives warned that cuts will limit resources available to educators and families, and the Health and Human Services has lost 20,000 employees. For this one, I have an even better update for you verbally. So the House and the Senate are out for their Easter recess after passing a compromised budget resolution last week. When they get back, Republicans will be tasked with writing the reconciliation bill. Some Republicans are already airing concerns regarding pressure points for a final bill, which could affect their ability to meet the aggressive deadline of Memorial Day laid out by Speaker Johnson. When they return from recess, congressional Republicans will begin the even challenging process of agreeing on the level of spending cuts. So not if there's gonna be cuts, just how many cuts. Despite the Senate's instructions, including much lower spending cut requirements, House leadership committed to finding at least $1.5 trillion in spending cuts in order to maintain the support of some House fiscal conservatives. Senate Majority Leader Thune said that the Senate's ambition was to get in alignment with the House goals. The 11 House committees will now take the lead on the reconciliation bill, with panel chairs working through the recess to finish drafting their portions and will begin the markup process the week of April 28th. The House bills are already drafted and most have been scored according to by Speaker Johnson ahead of the Senate. However, large disagreements still remain between the House and the Senate on cuts to health programs, Medicaid, and clean energy credits. Additionally, House and Senate Republicans have different reconciliation instructions for increasing the nation's borrowing authority. Raising the debt limit is a key issue that will drive the timeline, as the United States is likely to break its debt limit in August or September without congressional action. Republicans are aiming to finalize this reconciliation bill by the end of May, as some believe that the longer the process goes on, the more likely it is to fall apart. It doesn't House Republicans, though, are warning GOP leaders that they won't back a reconciliation package that includes massive cuts to Medicaid. So we'll see what happens with that. And more to come on those issues. At the same time, they're working on fiscal year 2026 appropriations. That's where, we keep hearing about Head Start. When Congress returns from recess, also, House and Senate appropriations will begin working on the fiscal year 2026 appropriation bills. Both chambers have expressed their interest to consider as many appropriations bills as possible under regular order. Both the House and the Senate have released their guidance, and the president is expected to send an outline of his budget by the end of April. Appropriations bills will codify billions of dollars already eliminated by the executive branch, including the proposed elimination of Head Start as a whole. So, not the greatest of news, not the greatest of updates, but I had to mention it. And I had to mention it because we're going to continue monitoring what happens with this. We're going to keep everyone updated, commissioners, as well as county commissions and our other partners. We're doing the best that we can to keep those daily conversations happening if possible. And whatever happens at the federal level, we won't wait till the next commission meeting to keep everyone appraised. So again, I want to thank everyone for their assistance and their collaboration. And that's I gotta keep up with the visual too. Any questions?
Any questions from the commission? Thank you so
You
much.
do like pictures.
Vice Chair Hazen?
Thank you. I'm wondering, we heard a teensy bit about this actually earlier during public comment. I'm wondering if we're doing any advocacy around fully funding the 10-to-1 TK ratios for next year. I think it's critically important to make sure our 4-year-olds receive a high quality education and with small class sizes. I know that was a commitment the governor had made, and we're coming up on a time that I hope it'll be implemented. So wondering if we're doing any work on that, if we can do work on that, and anything you're hearing around that issue. And then also, so saw lots of photos and all of the meetings you're having at the Capitol. I'm wondering if there are any sort of what feedback you're hearing generally, there are any issues that are getting a lot of traction, anything you're hearing. You shared that you had met with some new members, and I saw some new San Diego members, anything you're hearing, any new members particularly interested in our issues?
Those are great questions. As it pertains to the TK question, to better answer that, it's better analyzed. We have to wait till the May rebuts. But once that happens,
well, can we push on it before then, I guess, is the request I'm making.
So I am looking at our CTA representative, and I believe our CTA representative has connected to Deputy Director De La Cruz for May 10th, statewide day of action with the request. So I think that is part of, we'll work out the details of what that day of action is. And for us, the ratio is probably what we can be focused on, but we will work with our partners from CTA.
Thank you.
Or that, it's up to you.
Sure, if you want, yeah.
Let, come up on public comment. We'll open it up for public comment. But what I'm hearing, Vice Chair Hazen saying is that she's interested in a lower ratio. The 1 to 10.
No, so the ratio is already, so it's been written that this is the ratio we're aiming to get to. The question on the table now is, will it actually be funded at that level? And so making sure that happens. And I think, you know, the impact is significant, right? We're talking about, it would impact every 4-year-old in TK, which is, you know, thousands and thousands of kids all across the state.
Thank you. Any other commission comment?
I've been part of some of the outreach, and you know, you can see that there's a lot of traction, there's a lot of interest, there's more engagement. And I'm not sure how it was in the past, but I can see the engagement, that interest in the relationship building. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just to go back to Commissioner Hayden's question about, you know, what are we hearing in the building with meetings and members? And we're hearing a lot of things, but some of the key things, you know, we can sit here and talk all day, but some of the concerns, of course, are immigration. That's one of the biggest concerns because it affects everything. It affects families, children, business, industries across the board. So, you know, we're seeing this session, this legislative session actually had a whole bunch of bills in support of immigrant families to the best of their abilities, whether it's protecting immigration organizations like ICE or USCIS or CBP or anyone like that, showing up to schools or churches or places of work, you know, just where families are at, down to, you know, the IRS regulated tax regulation. I mean, you name it, that's a really big concern. And one of the common things that we're seeing as well is members want stories. They're all searching for stories because we can write a narrative, we can write a report, and you know, there is going to come across whoever's desk they're trying to communicate with, and they can easily ignore a report, but it's very hard to ignore a face of a family, of a child, of a teacher, of a caretaker, worried and stressed. So they're actively from the state level, even down to DC with Gomez, they're actively searching for those stories. So more to come on that. I just didn't want to talk too much about it.
Can I also add, Vice Chair Hayden asked, the other things that are bubbling up is obviously generally the promises made by this administration to fund something like 10-to-1 or childcare rate reform and a number of other efforts in terms of quality. So I think a lot of what we are hearing right now is, at least in our space, there was such tremendous support for early childhood in this administration. Now it's time to fund. Right? Are we there? What are the takeaways we're going to make? And I know that our public comments will probably reflect some of that, of like, it's not necessarily a new policy, but it is funding the really excellent policy that we as First Five California have actually laid the foundation for, planted the seed, made the ground fertile for that moment in time for an administration such as this to create transformative change.
Thank you. Thank you.
I move for public comment.
Yeah, well, why don't we bring members of the public up for comment? How many members want to speak to this matter? Just one, and anyone on the phone? Zoom, one. Anyone in San Diego? So 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
So I just wanted to address the TKK issue that is been circulating. So CTA is advocating to continue with the funding. But we also have to remember that both TK and kindergarten are still not mandatory in our state. And so it seems like because they're not mandatory, there seems to be a lot of discussion. We also have districts who are, they receive their funding as a, through taxes, and then the term escapes me right now. Yes, thank you. So they are saying, well, we don't have to have TK in our school. So even I live in Santa Barbara County, and San Luis Obispo Coastal is a basic aid district, and they are not wanting to even have TK because they're not mandated to do it, nor will they get funding for it, even though they have the funding as a basic aid. The other conversation that's happening is keeping the 24 students, which is, that's the reality, even the ratio says 1:12. It's 24 students with a credentialed teacher and aide, and keeping that 24 and adding another adult in the classroom, which is a less expense because the aides cost less than the credentialed teacher. Lots of districts just don't have facilities. They're pushing out kindergarten classrooms out of the classrooms that have bathrooms for our TK, and there's just not space, and there's not new buildings coming in with bathrooms to meet the needs for the kindergarten students. So I'm not sure if I answered your question, but a lot of districts we're hearing they're gonna do whatever the state's gonna pay for. So we hope they fund it, as they said they would, with 20 students to 2. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? We'll go to those on the phone.
Samantha Bond.
Thank you, Smith Bond, Executive Director, First Five Lake. I have two things. One is related to the Head Start, kind of related to the TK piece, which is, I know that, thank you to Jorge for bringing up all these very difficult conversations at this time. But one of the things around the Head Start piece is we're seeing a lot of Head Starts are only receiving about 50% of their funding for this fiscal year, pending that budget revise that he was speaking on. In Lake County in particular, we have 3 different Head Start programs. We have Head Start, Early Head Start, and Migrant Head Start. Both of our Head Start and Early Head Start have programs that are actually actively being asked to move from the state, or from the unified school districts in order to make space for TK. And because of that, they are having to go into requests for funding for the moving at the federal level. And so we are one of those counties that is actively looking at, will we have Head Start come next school year for several of our students because of these changes and because of the real impact of the ACF regional hub being closed down. So that's one of the things that I wanted to uplift for this commission to know, is that, there are real impacts happening at county levels. The other thing I wanted to kind of highlight for this county, which I didn't hear, is around some of the other stuff around the United States Department of Health and Human Services, specifically around the egregious comments being made from the Secretary of HHS around autism. And I think it's really important that we, as agencies who advocate for child development screenings, know what statements are being made around autism. And so I want to kind of read some of the quotes that RFK Jr. has stated, which is, autism destroys families, and more importantly, it destroys our greatest resource, which is our children, which again goes against all of the data we know. The advocates at Autism Speaks did say that they're extremely disappointed in the damaging comments made. Autism is not a preventable condition. The suggestion that it is, especially when linked to environmental toxins without scientific evidence, contributes to the decades-old misinformation and distracts from the real needs of autistic people and their families. And this is something that happened just yesterday, and it will have a real impact on all of us and the work that we do around child developmental screenings. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Director.
Yeah, no, thank you. Samantha, thank you for those comments. I had the unfortunate pleasure of listening to his speech yesterday. And I say unfortunate because I can't, it's very difficult to listen to talk about this, let alone the topics that you're mentioning. And you're absolutely right. This is something that as we continue our advocacy at the federal level, we're gonna add to the bag of topics of discussion with the members to make sure that they're advocating and speaking to truth about the matter. I mean, this, again, you're mentioning something that's super recent, very, very honestly disgusting to hear, highly insulting of children with autism, and yeah, we can't even begin to imagine what they're trying to use those comments for. Everything is very intentional, as we're seeing with the dismantling of departments, cutting, funding to programs that are essential to children. So, we're gonna keep on top of this, and we'll keep you appraised as well, and continue with our conversations with the association so they can help us communicate with our counties and as much communication with the counties as we can as well. So thank you for raising that concern.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We'll close this item. I do want to just say, as we go forward in this work, as a commission, we can be guided by our North Star. Trauma-informed, healing-centered, and culturally responsive systems promote safe, stable, and nurturing relationships and environment necessary to eliminate the inequities and ensure the healthy development for all children. And we may all have different opinions about what's happening at the state and the federal government, but our work is
subject to not to get the published.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have one more member of the public? Okay, Courtney?
Yeah, hi, sorry, Courtney Armstrong with the First Five Association. I just wanted to raise one issue. I know you can't respond to public comment, but we were alerted to the joint budget hearing on subcommittee 2 item on the California EC workforce registry that's being held next week. And I understand that First Five California is reducing or eliminating the funding support for that registry. So we'd just love to receive an update in whatever manner we can when you get a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public?
No.
No, sorry for cutting that off. Thank you very much. Any other members of the public in the room? Or in San Diego? Okay, thank you so much. This item closes. We now go to our last item, immigration support for children, for California's children and families. And this is again an information item. Thank you, Deputy Director De La Cruz, to present on the information item after Commissioner Rizzo gives a brief update. My last update of the day.
Director De La Cruz discussed the impact of recent federal changes on immigrant children and families, including the elimination of key protections and resources. During this civil unrest, First Five California is examining the importance of equity, cultural sensitivity, trauma-informed care for communities, and children and parents in California. First Five California is presenting an information item based on First Five California's prior work supporting refugee families.
Thank you, Commissioner. Hello again.
Long time no see.
All right, here we go. So immigration support for California's children and families. The development of First Five California's new immigration initiative is deeply informed by the prior work supporting refugee families through the Refugee Family Support Effort. Launched in 2022, this initiative provided $3 million in funding to help refugee families with children ages 0 to 5 resettling in California gain access to culturally and linguistically responsive health, social, and early learning services. Over a 2-year period, the program achieved key outcomes, improving local resource coordination, integrating families into strong community support networks, and advancing trauma-informed care approaches to help foster resilience in children and caregivers. It also strengthened local provider capacity through culturally appropriate tools and training. These foundational lessons now shape the broader immigration-focused proposal that I will be presenting to you today, designed to respond to the growing threats facing immigrant, asylee, and mixed status families across California. The Commission has previously provided clear direction to build upon this work and develop a newcomer proposal reflected in our financial plan. This presentation responds to that directive. And I do want to thank, again, the entire First Five California team, leadership team, Director Wong for her leadership with this effort, the commissioners for their feedback, the association for conversations around immigration, the needs throughout the state, throughout the counties at the local level, analyzing the statewide need and identifying the issues at the federal level as well. Thank you to the team, and here we go. As we develop this effort, we have been actively listening to and learning from communities across the state through extensive engagement with EC coalition members, First Five county commissions, the First Five Association, and community-based organizations such as the Jewish Family Service of San Diego. We've heard directly about the most urgent needs. We've also consulted with state partners such as the California Department of Social Services and trusted research and advocacy leaders, including the National Association for the Education of Young Children, the California Budget and Policy Center, and the California Immigrant Policy Center. Our conversations have extended to leaders at the city, county, state, and federal levels, practicing immigration attorneys, university law clinics and resource centers, and multiple statewide and regional coalitions. These discussions have given us a clear and comprehensive picture of the issues immigrant families are facing across California, from fear and confusion to gaps in services and a growing demand for trusted, accessible resources. We've also taken proactive steps to reach families directly here at First Five California, such as our live stream Q&A event with a practicing immigration attorney who is part of the Poly program at the Mexican Consulate, a highly trusted and ethical legal assistance network. Events like this have expanded our ability to hear directly from families and the organizations that support them, not just in California, but across the nation. One issue has emerged as a consistent theme throughout families with children ages 0 to 5 lack access for reliable, legally backed information. The absence of immigration attorneys and trusted legal guidance in early childhood spaces contributes to widespread confusion, the spread of misinformation, and ultimately increases the vulnerability and fear immigrant families experience on a daily basis. This initiative seeks to address that very gap. A challenge. Recent federal changes have stripped away essential protections and resources that once supported immigrant children and families. In their place, we've seen a widening gap in access to legal services, early learning, healthcare, and safety net programs. And now that gap is turning into chasm. Under the Trump administration, a wave of executive orders directly targeted immigrant communities, children, and families. The efforts by the federal administration to attack the immigrant community include termination of DACA and TPS protections. So DACA refers to the very widely known Dreamers, and TPS is the temporary protected status that a lot of citizens of Central American countries and all around the world depend on. The Trump administration attempted to end deferred action for childhood arrivals and rescinded protections for temporary protected status recipients, threatening the legal standing of hundreds of thousands of parents and caregivers of young children. Public charge is another example of rule expansion. In 2019, the administration expanded the public charge rule, penalizing immigrants for accessing public benefits and like Medicaid, SNAP, or housing assistance. This led to a chilling effect where even eligible families avoided critical services for fear of immigration consequences, leaving children without healthcare, food, or housing support. And now with this administration, that fear and the use of public charge is being used as a weapon of fear. Family separation at the border. Under the zero tolerance policy, thousands of children were forcibly separated from their parents at the US-Mexico border without any systems for reunification, inflicting long-term trauma and emotional harm. Cuts to legal aid for children. Federal contracts funding legal representation for unaccompanied minors were canceled or not renewed, reducing access to due process for children and navigating the immigration system alone. This is very important to highlight because that funding was very, very minimal. It did help some children, but now that's completely gone. So yes, children may have to face, not all of them, but a lot of them may have to face federal judges on their own, as we heard from the Jewish Legal Center down in San Diego when we visited. Threats to birthright citizenship. I'm getting started on this one because this one, that was the breaking news of the lunch hour. Prior to this report, it was just an attempt to attack birthright citizenship. Earlier today, we learned that the Supreme Court is actually going to hear the case. That is very dangerous because of obvious reasons. Our Constitution says that anyone born on US soil is a citizen, and now that's going to be heard in the Supreme Court. More to come on that. Migrant protections protocols remain, this one specific to to the country of Mexico. These policies forced asylum-seeking families to wait in dangerous conditions outside of the U.S., blocking access to services, legal aid, and exposing children to violence and trauma. And turning tools that, we hear the term, well, why don't they come the right way? Families, children, etc. There was an app called CDP-1 where families could use to book their appointments with immigration. That app was turned into a self-deportation app by the Trump administration. So not only that, the thousands of families that have used that app in the past with past administrations to book their appointments, to have their hearings by immigration courts, well, they're now in the removal proceedings. So families are being directly attacked by this. Yeah, it's crucial. Sorry. Current examples of deportations without due process. Oh, many of these policies disproportionately harm 0 to 5 children in mixed status families, especially U.S. children, citizen children with undocumented or vulnerable parents. Even now, though some of the most egregious policies have been reversed or paused, not eliminated, but paused, new proposals are emerging that would reinstate or expand these threats. Current examples of deportations without due process and their impact on families. We're talking about expansion of expedited removal. Under the Trump administration, the use of expedited removal has been broadened, allowing immigration officers to deport individuals without a hearing before immigration judges if they cannot prove continuous presence in the U.S. for at least 2 years. And that's being challenged every day. But again, this is what we're seeing happen. And then lack of access to legal representation. Over 80% of detained immigrants navigate removal proceedings without a lawyer. This disproportionately impacts low-income families, especially those with young children, and increases the likelihood of unjust deportations, even when individuals may qualify for protection under asylum or other relief. And that is where my previous point of the little funding that there was for children is now gone. So that 80% number probably went up. One-parent deportations. Mixed status families continue to face the trauma of parental deportations, often with little or no notice, leaving U.S. citizen children behind. One of the common examples that we're seeing is that gentleman that was deported to El Salvador, who was, there's multiple reports on, was he part of a gang or was he not part of a gang or whatever the case may be, there was no due process. And now this gentleman with a U.S. family is sitting in an El Salvadoran prison. And the Supreme Court actually ruled nine of them said, so, the entire Supreme Court said, you need to return this person. And now we're seeing that the federal administration is saying, well, no, we're not going to listen to that, which is extremely terrifying. Okay. Detention of asylum-seeking families. Many families are still being detained in ICE and CBP facilities without adequate child welfare oversight or due process. Migrant protection, safe third country agreements, and deportation flights. We're talking about the flights, returning people to countries that they may not even be from, children, adults alike. And families today live in fear and confusion. They face administrative barriers to care, abrupt withdrawals of federal supports, and harmful rhetoric that erodes trust in government systems. If unaddressed, these forces will continue to undermine healthy development, educational progress, and child well-being for thousands of young children in California. I think I just went off the solving the problem here. Okay, I'll go back up. Okay, solving the problem. Any questions on that, by the way? I mean, we can sit here and provide so many examples of what's happening. Again, that's at the federal level, focus on California. I do want to mention this, at the state level, we're also seeing and hearing from counties, counties across the state. We actually had a really good conversation during the summit, the association summit, we're seeing local organizations attempting to help, maybe providing information that's not the most accurate. That's information that may not be the most safe for children. For example, flyers being spread across the community in SoCal, telling parents to tell their children that if they see ice at their schools, to tell their children to run. Definitely not the best guidance. We're seeing that, you know, we're having these conversations, we're hearing the needs of parents, of families, of school districts, the confusion across the board, right? I mean, we're seeing our own executive director receive text messages from the school of agents walking around unidentified, just really using the tactic of fear. And that is what's leading to all of the misinformation, the information on social media, the commercials from the White House telling people to leave the country. Even if you are a U.S. citizen. Now they're also, by the way, I told you I had updates of up to date this morning, along with the birthright citizenship. The press secretary doubling down on them trying to identify the possibility of deporting U.S. citizens. This was again the U.S. press secretary talking about this. So again, misinformation is out there, but what we have heard from immigration attorneys, from again organizations like the Jewish Family Service Center, Trila, a whole bunch of organizations, is that the best weapon, we heard it from actually at the summit with the Secretary Becerra, is that the best tool that we have against this misinformation is understanding of law and really having that backup of law. Because as we're seeing, the only thing that's really helping with these outrageous orders and decisions is court challenging, at least at the state level, making sure that we're protecting children and families. So, okay, so how do we solve the problem? 3-year response. To meet this moment, we propose a 3-year initiative aligned with the timeline of the current federal administration. Our approach is both protective and preparatory, protecting families now from real-time impacts of federal immigration enforcement, administrative hurdles and funding withdrawals, and preparing families for any future executive actions or legislative shifts that may deepen harm to immigrant communities. This initiative is not a reactive measure, it's a proactive investment in resilience, rights awareness, and system coordination for California's youngest and most vulnerable residents. To ensure a comprehensive and coordinated effort, this initiative will focus on 3 interconnected investment areas. Okay, I'm just gonna read. The first one being the Immigration Legal Guidance Panel. First focus area, which would be a state level panel of attorneys, CBOs, and experts that will deliver clear, accurate, and community accessible legal guidance. This is not direct representation, but rather a system for ensuring that families have timely, reliable information to navigate complex policies. The second action is a statewide infrastructure and outreach, which we will support a statewide infrastructure that centers children and families in trauma-informed, equitable, and linguistically accessible systems, ensuring our outreach connects with meaningfully across regions and communities. And focus area 3, local capacity. This focus area brings the work home, investing in local partnerships and trusted messengers that can provide culturally rooted, responsive care for families directly impacted on the ground. And are we gonna pay for this? Well, that's, Commissioner Hazen, check that out. As illustrated here, this new immigration initiative will build directly upon the funding framework of the Refugee Family Support Program. While the initial investment for that effort was $3 million, the actual cost for this expanded statewide initiative will be determined in the next phase through partner engagement and fiscal planning. This transition ensures that no momentum is lost and that we apply past learnings towards a more inclusive, scalable system of support. Next, we will engage first 5 county commissions and key community partners to assess regional needs, finalize our implementation strategy, and solidify the total funding scope. Every part of this proposal is grounded in equity, cultural humility, and trauma-informed practice. At a time when immigrant families are being tested, California has an opportunity to lead by protecting young children, affirming their rights, and building a future where no child is left vulnerable because of where they are or where their parents came from. And now we have questions. Any questions?
Any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Hazen, questions?
Yes. So I think what I'm grappling with is, I think we would all agree about the urgency of this issue and what's happening on the ground. What I didn't see here is how and why First Five is uniquely positioned to do this work. And I'm also curious about whether it might be duplicative. So I think it would be really helpful moving forward to understand who is doing some of this work already. Are there entities that are bringing together panels, coalitions focused on addressing some of these issues? Because I'm curious, and I know sort of anecdotally that there are some people doing this, and it would be really helpful as you continue to sort of think through what this could be and should be, to think through some of those questions. Again, I don't mean this to say that this isn't important. I think it's critically important. The question is just sort of what is our role in this? And I would add, how does it align with the newly adopted strategic plan?
Thank you for that. Can I answer?
Let me just get all commissioner comments and then just for timing. Any other comments?
I agree with Commissioner Hazen. I do realize this is taking from the bucket that's in our refugee newcomer and just moving it over here because we're shifting and aligning with the issue. So that's it. I just wanted to reiterate that part, that we're not allocating new funds to this. This fund's already in a bucket that we're just moving to this direction to address the new issues.
That's right.
Yes, I already had this presentation in our subcommittee meeting.
And the bucket is at the advice of Commissioner Rizzo.
I'm a visual person. I'm just taking something in one bucket and pouring it into another.
So I just have, okay, so that, back to the bucket. So that's not new funding then?
No.
And then and that funding was for the refugee.
In our attachment and our plan, it's it says newcomer right now. It's been on there for 4 years.
Okay.
So it's actually been not encumbered, but actually designated and earmarked, if you will, for 4 years now. Because at that time, the commissioner, when we were adopting the refugee assistance, developing the refugee assistance program, there was a request to let's see what our role is with the $3 million in January of 2024. The counties came and presented on their progress. And so that was beginning the conversation of what would this next iteration, there was a call to action from the counties to continue supporting this because they, with our initial investment, had created the infrastructure with immigration offices locally in a way that had never been done before with First Five. So that was the call to action. And the world has been turned upside down since that January 2024 meeting, especially in this space. So we are, so we want to take that pause, and I'm looking at our county partners that it did hurt a little bit, but however, I think that there's a different opportunity now to think about what the needs of counties are. We heard, well, not publicly, but earlier when I was talking to Rich, that they are needing to actually position differently for their families as well. And so we've been welcoming, and this is the opportunity to create a conversation about what that looks like.
And then, so if you have the new, so does that take away from the newcomer services, or this is now being transitioned?
It's transition. We had it was earmarked for newcomer, and now it's just not just refugees, not just asylum, it becomes an immigration issue versus the focus at that time was to possibly explain to asylee and refugee. And it's just gotten, immigration issues for children and families have gotten a little bit more complicated.
Like, I think just to back off Director Wong, right now, just newcomers not even on the table. Right now, it's families being thrown out of the country. So coming into the United States trying to immigrate, it's just not looking pretty good. Just to address, okay, may I address the?
Let me just say one more, to put it in there, and this is echoing earlier public comments from the Fresno First Five Director, Fabiola Gonzalez. When I look at our new strategic plan, I don't know exactly where this would come in. It's possible, as she referenced, it would come into access to resources. But it will be very important to understand how this aligns to our strategic plan. It is important, and also how we are supporting all of California's children, as our plan talks about.
And
yeah,
and then so there's so many different levels and so many different ways we can go. And it's just like where is our resources best used as, at what level, at what I guess at what stage? I'm just trying to figure this, because it's huge and it's growing and it's growing, and it's just like, we have, at what stage are we best at serving?
These are all great questions.
Yeah.
Let's start with the strat plan. So that's something my apologies, I should have probably put a visual, but this plan.
So I need to interrupt you. Let me just say one thing, and feel free and go. This is an information item right now,
That's right.
and the next step will be working with the program committee and the fiscal committee. So you shouldn't feel free. You should feel free not to have to answer everything that feel free, answer what, but you can also feel free to digest it and come back.
Thank you. No, for sure, and I appreciate that. I do want to mention that, the next commission meeting will really showcase how it aligns with the strat plan and how it aligns with, we truly mean, like Secretary Johnson during her confirmation hearing mentioning that protecting all children and standing up for all children means immigrant children as well. Taking those words, taking that quote and seeing it in our strategic plan. When we talk about our children, we have to reference immigrant children as well and families, because also, as I said, mixed status families on this report, because we also have US citizen children with immigrant parents, and when they're separated, then the child actually suffers. There's reports that we'll present later, showcasing how immigration direction ties into ACEs as well. So I'll be happy to showcase that. I just didn't want to get into all that today. It's lengthy. Now to Commissioner Hazen's question of why First Five California, there are other organizations that CDSS, right, has immigration efforts and have dollars allocated directly to immigration lawyer services representing clients. And in those conversations that I mentioned with them, assuring, those conversations consisted of making sure that we're not stepping on each other's toes and we're not duplicating efforts, but making sure that we're parallel. And First Five California, even though there's efforts already of trying to advocate for immigrants, there's no program at all statewide that focuses directly on children, let alone children 0 to 5. Those little children that go in front of judges by themselves, those little children that get separated and get put into the system not knowing what's going on. Some of the bills in the legislature we're supporting, like AB 1261 by Bonta, right? That we're supporting that bill because tying into this, they're taking care of, let's provide some legal representation. This plan, as we are presenting it, and information item as we imagine, and again, the next steps, talking to the association, talking to the counties, talking to the partners. The best solution of what stage can we participate in is making sure we have a panel that assists us in providing the most accurate information, not misinformation. So, yeah.
So as an information item, part of this is receiving feedback from our commission about things that we should align for. Really excited still about the strat plan. What I'm hearing is when this comes back after fully vetted conversations with our partners, not that you have not done that, you have done that with our counties. What we do, the counties have a shared interest in this. And when we come, we will work with the various program committees on presenting this. But really, what is our niche? And Vice Chair Hazen, I heard this. This is a drop in a bucket. 10 million is small. So how do we best leverage that? What is everybody else doing? And we'll do a full environmental scan and present that to you about why us, these things, and why the network is positioned to support a specific efforts that happen. Is that, I just wanted to make sure, confirm, again, as an information item, those are the things we have appreciated, the feedback and the direction, if you will. But I didn't want to cut off, this is what I'm hearing as next steps.
I know there's some public comment. I mean, the way I see it is that this is, there's been some changes in the federal government. We may or may not agree with it, but it's created impact to what's happening in California, California's kids. The state is reacting. And so the question that we have in front of us is, given this context, how can we support California's children and families of 0 to 5? And what does that look like? Particularly aligned with our strategic plan. Thank you.
And I guess I'll just add, if it's okay,
yes,
just
please.
to add, I think like the other curiosity I have, when you're doing the work and before you come back to us is, right, does it make sense for us to lead, or are there other entities, community-based organization, or governmental entities that are leading, and we could then contribute to that work and participate? So really wanting to understand that better too.
Thanks. I know there are there any members in the room that want, members of the public that want to speak? Okay, and then how many people in San Diego might want to speak? No, okay, and then 2 online. So 3 minutes. We'll start in the room and then we'll go online. Thank you, Deputy Director.
So just to comment, again, from the lens of the California Teachers Association, you know, we represent TK all the way through higher ed. So there's different levels of what's going on with immigration within our world. But for our littles, really what happens is it does affect our littles, because when parents are afraid and they're scared, they don't send their children to school. And that is affecting the children. So the route that we have really taken is we have a lot of resources. Again, they're differentiated based on the level and of students, is we are educating our parents. Actually, I'll give you, I brought some, these are some red cards that we pass out to the families. And it's a very simple card that gives information to the families of what their rights are, so they know they have rights. So that's and the idea of our first 5 joining other entities, I think, is a great idea, which is having it be a component of a parent education and what are their rights, because they don't understand what they are. So I have these in my purse because I teach at the community college part-time also, so I'm always passing them out. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to online public comment.
Yeah, Andrew?
I hope I'm unmuted.
You are.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Andrew Newcomb. I'm an attorney, immigration attorney here based out of San Jose. I've been working with the Mexican government as part of their pilot program, which is a special program designed to help people that are lower income that otherwise wouldn't have access to legal services for about the past 3 years. And I just wanted to speak very briefly as to my experience having been there in the Mexican consulate, you know, fielding questions from people since January 20th and, you know, the kind of fears and anxieties that have been created. I'd like to echo what the teachers organization representative had to say about parents being afraid to send their children to school, but it doesn't end there. It's afraid to take their kids to the hospital. It's the kind of thing that it's affecting our constituent children and their parents, of course, in a way that's devastating. And in a climate in which a lot of this federal funding has been stripped, we're seeing kids having to go to immigration court and represent themselves. So I just wanted to kind of express that. I did participate earlier in a First Five address where I was able to inform the community. This happened about, 5 weeks ago or so. And I fielded a lot of questions from the community, and just from the character of questions that came in, I was kind of able to see a lot of the fear, a lot of the anxiety. What happens if they show up at our school, at our hospital, at our home? Are we safe in this kind of building? What are we allowed to do in these situations? And I think in these unprecedented times, it's really important to be able to kind of take a lead and put our best foot forward and try to do everything that we can to help people, because there's a lot of fear, there's a lot of terror, and the last people that should have to suffer and bear the brunt of that fear and uncertainty are the children, and which is why I feel like First Five is an ideal organization to spearhead these kinds of efforts.
Thank you. Next.
Fabiola.
I want to echo what the chair mentioned to Jorge and to staff, that this is just maybe giving you something to think about as you move this item forward. I think Director Wong mentioned the refugee program, that this is, and you also mentioned it and staff mentioned it in their presentation. And I want to make sure that I highlight that there was a lot of infrastructure that started, infrastructure in a sense that there were partnerships, there were relationships built with community organizations at the time serving the refugee population that First Five California focused on at the time. And like Jackie mentioned, there were counties that came up to say, please help us continue what we started, and we were unable to. There was that break in funding. So I would encourage you all to go back to those entities, those First Fives, those coalitions that were created, to learn from how is it that we were supporting the refugee community at the time, that we can learn from and embed in anything new that First Five California decides to do on this issue. I think it's critical, but I would also say short-sighted if we're only thinking 3 years. I think it's an opportunity for the commission to figure out, shoot, there is a large number of immigrant families with immigrant children in our state, and we need to figure out where does First Five California fit into that support, so it doesn't feel like it's just another program that has a term, and that, whatever is created, it has to end. And then the last thing I'll say is, staff, I would encourage you to show some of the data that shows how many families, how many families with young children under 5 live in California. How do we make sure that we single out and we figure out the niche that the commission can take or can have in this space? I do believe, and I know that the commission believes in targeted universalism, where if we focus in one specific population that is suffering, then the rest of the state benefits. So I heard loud and clear the comment of all children, and the commission stands for all children. And many of these children, like we heard right now, are suffering and are in fear. But make sure that you use what we've done before, and that you bring something that could be more permanent, and that the data is clear as to where the commission can step in the 0 to 5 space.
Thank you. Any other member of the public online in San Diego? No, and none here. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the effort and the work in this area. I look forward to more conversation on our next meeting about it. So thank you. We are on our last item, and
A very long one.
Are early. Thank you all. I really appreciate Lisa and Simon for your excellent stewardship through our meetings. I get very well prepared and long documents to help me understand where we are. So thank you very much. Simon, did you want to specifically talk about this?
Yeah, just really quickly, in the future, if there's ever any correspondence that we want to share with the commission, please send it to our governance inbox that I've listed here. And we will make sure we process that, confirm that we've received it, and that we've sent it to the commission. So just wanted to look that up. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Director Wong, any other comments?
No, just grateful for a lot of celebrations today, and I know we ended on a really heavy topic, but an extremely important one, even breaking news, and a lot of us are rooted in this issue. Gosh, why am I such waterworks today? No, just again, appreciation for, we cannot transform systems without one another. We need each other, we need to stop the division, and we need to be together. And this commission, under our adopted strat plan, that we should be so proud of, can do that for our youngest Californians, their families and their communities who are our communities. So thank you.
Thank you all so much for your leadership. Our next commission meeting is August 14th, 2025. May I call for a motion to adjourn this meeting? Yes, of course.
What is it? A pathway to citizenship is through military service. And so many of our military are immigrants. And I just wanted to acknowledge that April is the month of the military child. And I want to acknowledge the unique situations and the challenges and services of military children and youth and their families. So just wanted to get that out. And, you know, I'm sure we'll be dealing with that on the military family end as well. So, and I'll motion, anybody else? So should I just say? I'll make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm gonna assume that we have no issue with that. I see Vice Chair Hazen. Thank you so much for being with us in San Diego. Looking forward to our next event together.
Yes, and I just want to say a big thank you to the First Five San Diego team for making this possible.
Thank you so much.
Support.
Meeting adjourned. Have a great rest of the day. Sorry.